For 3 decades, he was ensnared in a foreign realm, battling in solitude like a solitary beast until at last he overcame the monstrous sovereign of that world. His name was Chaolho Kang. After countless years of war, he ultimately found his way back to Earth, only to discover it too had fallen to the claws of monsters. Still carrying within him the overwhelming might of a monster himself, Kang was unchanged by his trials. His eyes were extraordinary, capable of revealing the truth beneath any surface. These days, his pleasure lies in tracking the fiercest beasts and transforming them into culinary fare. For Kang does not see monsters as adversaries, they are simply rare meats to him. Amidst the shattered city, a wailing alarm breaks the silence, echoing through the streets. The broadcaster relays that monsters of the 4th rank are upon them, and a hunter is already being dispatched to intervene. Yet, before the broadcast concludes, the device is obliterated and a horde of bizarre beasts set about demolishing the city. A hunter launches himself toward the monstrous horde, then notices their numbers, several of them, each inflating their chests in unison. One abruptly sets loose an ear-splitting shriek that reverberates throughout the area's wreckage. The hunter grimaces, muttering that if 10 of those cries were unleashed, his eardrums would surely rupture. Channeling his violet energy, he flings it upward into the heavens with powerful urgency. Within moments, this energetic force morphs into a lash aimed dead center at a particular monster. With intensity in his eyes, he ponders whether his foe already sees its defeat as inevitable. Suddenly, an intense beam illuminates the firmament, drawing all gazes skyward. In a heartbeat, a torrent of power descends, colliding straight into the gathering of monsters. This spectacle leaves the hunter bewildered, unsure of what force was unleashed. A woman enters, commending the captain for vanquishing the foes in a single instant. He responds, admitting the work wasn't his as his abilities lack the sweeping devastation characteristic of the one known as the Blade Queen. With that, they both peer off, mystified, seeking to grasp the source of what transpired. Then he inquires gently if another hunter platoon might have been sent, but she shakes her head. The hunter finds it quite odd, for to his knowledge, such unparalleled strength doesn't exist in Korea. The woman quickly observes that mana stones, the most treasured bounty, remain untouched at the scene. He muses that only a seasoned hunter could leave such a flawless mark, and wonders at this newcomer's true intentions. The captain instructs her then, gather up the stones and summon the cleanup squad to this location. As he scans the devastation, something out of place attracts his eye, an eatery whose sign hangs modestly, reading eerie. Smiling wryly, he comments that had their savior faltered, the mountains of monster flesh would have crushed it. With a resigned breath, he announces he'll be on his way. Seeking refreshment after all that's transpired, our hero steps onto a balcony high above the street, the curve of a smile lighting his face. He strolls at an unhurried pace, dabbing the corners of his mouth with a napkin after his meal. Descending the staircase, carried along by the notes of a melody, he finds his way to the very eatery the hunter noticed. Within the bustling kitchen, he activates a button, lighting up a device crafted for his culinary pursuits. The chef lifts a skillet and settles it atop the flame, letting it warm in anticipation. Employing a shining crystalline lens, he inspects the sizable cut of meat that just became his possession. Without delay, he tosses the meat onto the countertop, bracing himself to commence his craft. While his back is to the room, deliberation colors his thoughts as he considers the ideal way to prepare the fare. He reflects for a moment, questioning if he may have selected a quantity of velto meat far beyond necessity. Musing further, he decides it could be wise to preserve some as dried jerky. But then abruptly, a knock breaks his reverie and a call for Mr. Chaolho Kang rings out. At the threshold, a stranger announces himself as a representative of the National Hunter Association. The visitor declares that monsters recently attacked the vicinity, although matters are now resolved and peaceful. He mentions they're carrying out standard inspections, and our central figure signals his comprehension. With a warm expression, he observes that happily the neighborhood is sparsely inhabited, keeping harm to a lesser degree. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the agent detects an unfamiliar aroma, his expression filled with amazement. He drifts closer, inhaling deeply, confessing that the scent at hand is truly marvelous. The proprietor responds by noting that this is, in fact, an establishment acquainted with such tempting odors, which prompts the agent's stomach to make its hunger known. Hopeful, the agent asks whether breakfast could be arranged, admitting he's not had anything to eat since first light. To the music of a ringing bell, the visitor steps inside, surveying the restaurant with delight. He exclaims that it looks as though it's been pulled straight from a vintage television drama. He requests a menu, but the chef informs him that dishes are decided by whatever ingredients are on hand that day. He realizes it's a chef's choice arrangement, and the cook confirms it's quite similar. The chef's grin widens as he announces that today's highlighted fare is steak. The hunter appears taken aback by that answer, scarcely able to believe his ears. It quickly dawns on him that this must be the flesh from the 10 beasts that fell to the spear-wielding mage. The cook affirms this guess, sharing that the day's fresh bounty is all thanks to the work of the hunting professional. With eagerness, the agent nervously searches his pockets, anxious about whether his funds are enough for such a meal. The frame lingers on the chef as he carves generous pieces from the rare meat. As background music hums, he expertly seasons the steaks, readying them to meet the heat. Suddenly, memories stir, music swelling, transporting us back 3 decades to a momentous event. It unfolds that, on that fateful morning, he awoke to find himself mysteriously drawn into an unfamiliar realm. In this land, teeming with dragons and fearsome beasts, he was forced to battle fiercely for survival. During this recollection, he confronts a vast dragon, skillfully evading its formidable blow. Strength gained over time, he ultimately triumphed, overcoming the infamous Demon King. By a curious chance, a door led him back to Earth, but nothing was as he recalled. 30 years of struggles endowed him with keen knowledge of every monster's flaw. As the meal warms on the skillet, uncertainty lingers. Does he still belong in such affairs? After all, those who dwell here have invented systems that shield them now. Now, poised in this altered existence, he resolves to pour himself into his cooking. As the dish nears its end, spatula in hand, he proclaims completion. Thus the splendid Velto steak is revealed, glistening temptingly. The agent swallows hard, awestruck by a culinary artistry beyond his wildest hopes. He next takes a fork, lifting a morsel, anticipation building as he readies to taste it. With that initial bite, amazement floods him, eyes wide as he is overtaken by the sensation. He exclaims, marveling how the tender meat simply dissolves, soothing his body completely. Yet abruptly he rises from his seat, declaring, "Now's not the time for such thoughts." He opts to ignore the cost, reasoning that indulging himself is justified today. Polishing his plate, he requests a second helping of Velto steak, which stirs the chef to silent contemplation. When the second plate is finished, he draws in a music-steady breath, making his request for the check. The cook replies that the morning's first guest dines free, but the agent cannot accept this. He admits to feeling revitalized, insisting on paying as he plans future visits. Hearing these words, the protagonist grants a tiny, agreeable smile, finding satisfaction in the decision. He sets the price at 10 silver pieces, and the agent readily places the coins on the countertop, expressing gratitude for the food. As he prepares to go but pauses midway, he advises the chef to remain vigilant, noting that hard times persist for ordinary folk. 6 minutes with that, he offers his business card, gently cautioning that dangers still lurk outside. Printed on the card is the name Jae Woo Choi, marking him as a member of the association's patrol division. The main character is absorbed in his musings, affirming once more that these are harsh times for regular folk. Watching the agent depart, he considers that the man seems decent and wishes him a good future. He returns to the kitchen and slices himself a portion of the meal he has prepared. Sampling his creation, he verifies that the taste, just as he expected, is excellent. As darkness falls, an owl perches at the window, its presence breaking the quiet night of the street. Stretching, our protagonist reflects that another peaceful shift has passed. Suddenly remembering the Velto egg, he starts to ponder potential dishes to craft. But abruptly, the stillness shatters as the restaurant door bursts open with a resounding crash, and a fiery-haired stranger appears, proclaiming at last that he has tracked him down. Chaolho whirls around, bewildered. With rage simmering in his eyes, the newcomer declares he came to reclaim what was stolen from him. Instantly, events rewind to earlier that day in a bustling urban market. We learn that monsters devastated farms and destroyed livestock herds. With few alternatives, people resorted to consuming monsters, a practice which swiftly gained popularity. This shift led to a thriving monster marketplace where a shopkeeper advertises his fresh eggs. He inquires if they are Velto eggs and the vendor assures him they are all alike. The protagonist soon employs his unique power, the detector eye, to inspect the merchandise. This ability, gifted by a dragon relic, unveils the true nature of any item. It lets him discern the quality and origin of the various eggs before him. Such is the power of this skill. It can even pick up on deception, which is why he refrains from using it on people and simply gathers an assortment of eggs instead. Yet in their midst, a dazzling blue egg offers up no details. Although its mystery intrigues him, he requests that the seller include the enigmatic egg as well. Back at work, he cracks an egg open, reminiscing about the days when mealtime seemed wasteful. In those days, a hearty meal was a rare comfort, yet nowadays he treasures every single one. With that thought, he focuses on preparing Velto scrambled eggs, his dish of the day. He recalls how this dish was once shared among companions soldiering through the battlefield. Tasting a forkful, he's certain that the addition of milk has made the Velto eggs noticeably richer. Sitting alone in his quiet eatery, he recognizes how splendid the meal has become, and nostalgia washes over him. He begins dreaming of faces from his past, a bittersweet wave of memory that makes him feel his years. Redirecting his mind, he recalls the day the detector eye failed to read that peculiar egg. He brings to mind the origin of dragon relics, born along with dragons themselves. That lineage is the reason such artifacts excel against all things except dragons. Thinking this over, he places a hand on the egg and wonders if it could indeed belong to a dragon. Lost in contemplation about the flavor, his musings are abruptly shattered as someone kicks the door wide open. The uninvited guest scans the area, doubtful that this establishment is even an eatery. He bellows loudly, proclaiming he's come to reclaim what belongs to him. Targeting him with an accusing finger, he declares he was certain he'd catch him clutching the egg. That's when Chaolho notices his special eye is useless against this newcomer. Without missing a beat, he inquires whether the figure is a dragon, completely surprising the fiery-haired intruder. When fire bursts forth from the stranger's frame, he is staggered to discover dragons exist here too. Ablaze and livid, the intruder howls, demanding to know how his true form was detected. Flames begin to consume the ceiling, prompting Chaolho to grumble about the havoc being wreaked on his establishment. He mentions possessively that he uses an artifact able to uncover all secrets, except, ironically, those of dragons. To Chaolho, this clarifies matters, leaving the dragon more perplexed than before. He tries to return the egg but insists the intruder tidy up the chaos first, which only annoys the fiery visitor. Suddenly, the dragon catches sight of a cerulean blade and inquires if it is made from a dragon scale. The aroma of the chopping block also reaches him, instantly recognized as a dragon's bone, evoking unwanted memories. Enraged beyond belief, the dragon roars accusations, declaring that this human fashioned his kin into mere cooking tools. Overcome by wrath, he hurls a sphere of energy and shrieks at the human to perish for his crimes. Chaolho appears utterly unruffled, his expression colored only by a hint of boredom, as though nothing out of the ordinary were happening. The blast flings him backwards, eliciting little more than a sigh as he complains that the resulting mess will now make the dragon's cleanup effort far more arduous. Yet, rising undaunted, he summons a potent presence and begins to speak on the essence of dragons. From thin air, a heavy skillet forms in his grasp, as though inviting an unconventional duel. With remarkable ease, he deflects the dragon's onslaught in a single sweep of the pan. The dragon is left thunderstruck, at a loss for words in the face of such formidable strength from a mortal. With eyes gleaming, he presses forward, remarking that there's only one method dragons truly grasp. Taking a swing with his skillet, he concludes, "It's through lessons best learned the tough way." This moment bewilders the intruder, who feels a sense of déjà vu at those words, echoing from distant memories. Images from the past surface. The protagonist once demanded treasures from the dragon's mighty sire. Appalled by such boldness, the elder dragon could scarcely believe this impudence, though his offspring warned him quietly that their adversary was none other than the legendary Myro Luz. The young dragon, recalling those events 30 years gone, foresaw yet another heavy defeat awaiting his father. As the memory fades, the hero now discerns that today's intruder is little more than a child. He proceeds to admit he bears no grudge toward the youth, a declaration that leaves the red-haired boy visibly surprised. Settling into his seat, he invites the unwelcome guest to discuss the chaos he's caused. The main character instructs him to tidy up thoroughly, after which he is permitted to retrieve the egg and vanish for good, also issuing a pointed warning that he holds no fondness for dragons and hinting their next encounter might take a harsher turn. The boy stoops and begins scrubbing the floor, wringing out the rag between his fingers. He clarifies that his origins lie on the continent of Espan, whence he was drawn through a tear in space. The chef nods his comprehension, prompting the boy to inquire if he too hails from Espan. He confides that his name in the previous world was Myrolikas, yet in this realm he is known as Chaolho Kang. Upon hearing this, the dragon attacks the floor with renewed urgency, inwardly convinced that this must be the very individual who once instilled fear in his own sire. Once the floor gleams, the protagonist instructs him to take his belongings and finally be gone. Yet the youth rises and questions why his father's heirlooms were never returned. The cook senses a familiar aura drifting from the boy, recalling Rex, the legendary dragon of flame. He waves the boy closer, mentioning he gave up his dragon-taming ways 3 decades ago. Prompted, the boy asks about his age, and the cook reveals that he is just over 50. Then the main character contests that, claiming even greater years, almost 60, leaving the young dragon stunned. With a wry grin, he jests, wondering aloud if the shock is because of his good looks, which brings a blush to the boy's cheeks. Swiftly adopting a grimmer tone, he remarks that once upon a time, brute force was the only tongue dragons heeded. Breaking into laughter, the eldest finds it comical to witness a dragon acting so deferential. He clarifies that he never took a dragon's life, rather his cookware came as tokens of friendship. Concerning the lost relics, he explains they shattered during a great struggle with the Demon King. Suspecting their talk will stretch on, he graciously offers a drink to ease the mood, but the dragon erupts in indignation, shouting disbelief at the prospect of sharing a beverage with a mere mortal. And after all the racket, the dragon simply keels over, collapsing face down on the tabletop. With his tongue clumsy from exhaustion or spirits, he mumbles that the human ought to feel privileged to share a drink with him. The protagonist inquires if the egg is his, to which the dragon angrily retorts that it's his baby sister. He divulges that while their parents were away, a rift unexpectedly appeared in their nest. Hence our hero wonders how long the boy has been stranded here. The answer is roughly 6 months. The cook notes that coincides with when he himself returned to Earth, sparking bewilderment in the dragon. He recalls needing some time to set affairs in order there before coming back. The boy then questions his reason for hiding out in some obscure eatery. He makes his argument, claiming a creature with such overwhelming might could easily bend this world to its will. But in response, the dragon slams his fist on the table and bellows that it's mankind who covets and craves power above all else. The champion admits there's some truth in those words, but confides that now all this simply feels like meaningless noise to him. Turning back to the youth, he adds that he holds no trust for humans and urges him to protect the ones closest to his heart. Grinning mischievously, the dragon cuddles the egg, asking if his little sister isn't the sweetest, but abruptly loses his footing, prompting Chaolho to anxiously watch as he nearly tumbles. He, accompanied by the gentle strains of music, finally breathes out a long sigh, clear exhaustion painting his face after all the uproar. The following morning, Chaolho is roused from sleep, noticing an unbelievably cute baby dragon gazing at him, and just then she unveils herself, eliciting a joyful exclamation from her brother that his sister has arrived. He gleefully announces his sister has broken free from her shell right upon the restaurant's table. The protagonist then wonders aloud what one should call a baby dragon, but the brother confesses he has yet to settle on a fitting name. When he lifts the hatchling, her elder sibling immediately protests, warning not to treat her like some domesticated creature. He playfully squeezes her cheeks, observing with surprise that despite her petite size, her teeth are already sharp as needles. The red-haired dragon beams with pride, declaring she is the most delightful sight he's ever beheld. With a kind rub atop her head, the main character concurs, confessing she truly is a marvel of cuteness. Soon, he inquires about the boy's plans for taking the young dragon wherever they'll go. The cook keeps his silence for a brief pause, awaiting the dragon's response with quiet patience. Yet with a broad grin, he replies that their destination is unimportant, right as a noise stirs from beyond the walls. The view cuts to the restaurant interior, and he advises they should dine before setting off on their way. Next, the scene morphs into a drizzly afternoon, providing a somber and wistful ambience. He recalls how the storm always announced the arrival of demons, and how the scent of blood would drift in on the breeze. The memory of sharing his last drink with someone deeply cherished emerges, her culminating words encouraging him to pursue a life distinctly his own. Pulled into the present, he serves steak with gravy to the hatchling, whose gleeful squeal radiates infectious happiness. Startled, the red dragon asks if it's time to depart and inquires about the price of their meal. Our main character states the cost is 10 silver but makes it clear they're free to go without payment, bringing an awkward tension for the boy. Bursting with curiosity, the dragon jumps up and asks whether the restaurant by chance offers lodging. When told the answer is no, a hint of disappointment flickers across him, lamenting that dragons sometimes shed their usual pride. Then, struck by inspiration, he leaves a large, radiant mana stone on the tabletop as a gesture of his gratitude. He mentions that the stone belongs to the 4th tier and acknowledges its value within this realm. Witnessing this scene, the hero can't contain his laughter and covers his face as he lets the amusement spill out. All at once, the young dragon girl's belly growls and he gently asks if she's still feeling hungry. He realizes that nurturing a child on Earth demands more than one's strength, even for a dragon. He muses that somewhere within his heart, he still aches a little for that other existence. He admits that though a reunion may never happen, a quiet yearning still lingers even after time has passed. With warmth, he assures them they are welcome to remain and adds that he doesn't require the mana stone. Yet the boy protests bashfully, insisting he can't stay as a guest without offering something in return. At this, the hero accepts the present, and suddenly dark smoke curls upward from his finger. Just then, a portal swirling with energy appears at the heart of the restaurant, astonishing the dragon. From its glowing depths steps Kasim, a deathless goblin, who greets the ruler of this world. The lead character explains he's the keeper of the goblin's subspace and firmly tells him to behave. Next, he inquires just how many mana stones reside within that secret hoard. Kasim responds that the stash is as countless as the sands, though only a handful reach the highest grade. The hero offers the stone he was given, and tells the goblin to add yet another grain to the mountain. However, before departing, Kasim mentions he must reclaim one of those enchanted stones. With that, he selects a stone and hands it over to his master, leaving the dragon utterly puzzled. The goblin offers his farewell, almost referring to the protagonist as the world's king again, but catches himself. Goodbye, Mr. Kang, a man with a modest, average life. With the portal now gone, he faces them and explains that he will need the dragon's assistance moving forward. The restaurant's entrance stands sparkling beneath the bright sky, radiating peace after so much excitement. Within, the little pale dragon girl slumbers quietly, delighting in the calm of the moment. But out of nowhere, a loud blast shakes the air outside. In the back, the hero is instructing the dragon how to control his flame without setting everything ablaze. After this, he encourages the boy to give it another shot, directing his fire with precision onto the skewer in hand. And there it is, a succulent piece of meat, grilled to perfection, neither overcooked nor underdone. Curious, the dragon inquires about the skewer he pulled from the mysterious storage. It is revealed that this is the pinnacle creation of a renowned dwarven blacksmith. The youth is perplexed as to why such a prized artifact finds itself in the kitchen, to which the hero responds defiantly. His words, "Treasures are wasted if left idle," and the dragon reluctantly concedes is wisdom. In an instant, the bell chimes as Jae-woo Choi steps through the door of the eatery. With an amiable grin, he remarks that he just happened to stop by during his daily watch. At this, the red dragon materializes at the sink, washing plates soapy with bubbles. Ju Choi takes a seat, praising the meal as consistently delicious. Noticing the boy laboring, he muses that the proprietor must have found extra help. Ju Choi goes on to say there's a brand new dungeon in town, and now hunters are being enlisted. This announcement leaves the lead deep in contemplation, mulling over news of the dungeon's emergence. He realizes that dungeons serve as cradles for monsters, nurturing their hordes, and to him, these sites are unmistakably portals, just as had been his and the dragon's fate. The agent describes the place as Tier 5 in its peril, a threat not to be underestimated. Consequently, they are assigning Hunter Sang-gu Kim and the Zenk crew for the job, plus Ms. Chaein, known as the Ice Witch, will guard the perimeter at the other side. He voices sorrow over the square overflowing with hopeful hunters eager for any assignment. The official seems pained by the struggle, the many families at stake, and how cutthroat the hunt has become. Their conversation finished, he bids farewell, expressing gratitude for the meal as is his custom. With contentment in his expression, the dragon beams with pride and the hero notes their guest's satisfaction. Counting his earnings, a thought arises, to stock up on more of that prized ataho meat. We shift to the marketplace, where he requests from the butcher a good 10 kilos of auto sirloin. Just then, a cry rings out. Anyone wanting a spot in the raid must line up in single file. Surveying the gathering, his eyes fall on a hunter gripping a spear, feeling an old familiarity bubble to the surface. He finally places him. It's Sang-gu Kim, the famed spear mage. The recruitment posters remind him of gaming days, and as reality has begun to mirror fantasy games, so too have many of its phrases spread. Like those old games, healers and tanks are prized above all, though most chase glory as damage dealers. Music in despair, a hunter pleads for a spot but is turned away, for only those who heal are needed in this group. A recollection surfaces of the association agent remarking, "Everyone in that place has loved ones depending on them." Upon hearing those words, our protagonist's eyes turn grave as he silently settles on a course of action. He reflects that Agent Ya is genuinely kind, though perhaps he ought to pay more attention to his own affairs. The setting shifts to a weary traveler, rifling through his bag in search of something. Eventually, he produces a wallet, which opens to reveal nothing but emptiness. He emits a resigned breath, continuing on his way with a faint glimmer of hope in his face, yet briefly pauses, clutching his backpack strap with resolve. Back inside the eatery, Chiho calls out for Khan and observes the kitchen standing immaculate. Just then, the chime of the entrance echoes, drawing his attention to the newly arrived guest. It's that same wanderer from outside, who in a fatigued murmur asks whether they're still taking customers. In answer, our lead pours a glass of water, with the visitor offering a tired thanks in return. He wonders if the establishment serves instant noodles, earning an affirmative from the owner, who asks for a moment's patience. Retrieving a packet, the cook muses about how instant ramen remains beloved after all these decades. Curious, the patron inquires about the price of a single bowl and receives the answer: 2 silver coins. Beaming in surprise at the cost, he places an enthusiastic order for 5 servings. Though the owner questions if he can manage to eat so much, the client confidently assures him that he will. Finding the whole matter somewhat peculiar, the hero employs his detector eye ability. He recognizes the traveler as a food god, a rare class once held by a companion from his past. This unique talent grants greater strength, its effect growing with both the quantity and quality of sustenance consumed. To clarify, eating powerful monsters yields hefty gains, though until reaching this stage they seldom benefit and are plagued by relentless hunger. An untimely grumble from the man's stomach betrays that he still lingers in the early phase of this ability. Our protagonist grasps that this fellow has never ascended beyond that state to reach his full potential. Accordingly, he serves up a generous bowl of instant noodles crowned with thick slices of taho meat. Taken aback, the guest falls silent, and the host explains that the meat is offered gratuitously. He considers that those with kind hearts always face the toughest roads, often being the first to endure hardship in troubled days. Thus, he mentions that the ataho meat on the house will leave the customer feeling refreshed and energized. The man, eyes shimmering with gratitude, expresses thanks and sinks his teeth into the generous hunk of meat. With that first mouthful, the taste bursts like fireworks upon his tongue, washing him in sheer bliss. Startled by such overwhelming flavor, he exclaims in astonishment at its deliciousness. Meanwhile, the owner laughs heartily at his response. Wasting no time, the hungry man eagerly attacks the noodles with all the fierceness of a starving beast. To ensure he misses not a drop, he deftly tilts the bowl and drinks every bit of broth in a single, contented motion. Once the plate shines bare, he lets out a satisfied breath, deeply appreciative for such a remarkable feast. Beaming, the customer repeatedly praises the food's excellence. The owner responds warmly, expressing happiness at his satisfaction. Yet at the moment of settling the bill, he fumbles clumsily, letting both wallet and coins clatter down to the floor. As he gathers his scattered belongings, he's taken aback to discover a neatly folded tie tucked inside his wallet. Handing over the wrinkled money with grateful words, he is kindly received by the owner, who takes it with ease. Before stepping out the door, he waves a cheerful farewell and promises to return. Chaolho observes that although the man's garments are soiled, that tie remains pristine and unworn. He concludes that the fellow is simply doing his best in a tumultuous world, and the thought soon slips from his mind. However, destiny arranges for them to meet once again unexpectedly along the bustling street, not long after. Without warning, the man freezes, his expression suddenly growing grave as a distant sound catches his attention. His eyes widen as disorder erupts. A dimensional gate, wild and unstable, materializes above the city, casting ominous waves of energy throughout the land. Civil officials rush to lock down the area, loudly instructing all nearby to leave at once. A hunter steps forward to the barrier, volunteering aid, yet a guard asks quickly about his classification. He identifies himself as a food god, but the guard dismisses him on the spot, firmly saying the crisis is beyond his reach. Amid screaming and turmoil, a young woman appears, her enchanting magic tending the wounds of the fallen. The hunter sees her, stunned by recognition. With sudden clarity, he realizes it is Miji, his own daughter Jin. Utterly frantic, he bursts through the guard's barrier, racing toward her and calling her name across the chaos. He frantically demands why she's there. She calmly explains it was the academy that dispatched supportive hunters. Mean, steadfast, urges her father to leave. He attempts to reassure her, confessing his worry, but she erupts with frustration, proclaiming that all he seems to do is eat, toil, and is always absent where it matters. With an outstretched palm, she forcefully shoves him aside and adds a fierce command for him to go, which knocks his phone from his grasp. As Mijin pivots, her gaze catches something odd glinting on the pavement. A tie, perhaps? Turning to him, bewilderment in her eyes, she reminds him he's never even owned a suit. At that instant, a rift bursts open, bathing the ground in light as a plated boot plants itself with authority. From the midst of the chaos step forth Sangu and his crew, renowned hunters of the highest caliber, who have come to resolve the incident. One among them proclaims that the dungeon has been subdued, offering praise to all involved for their remarkable collaboration. She instructs the healers to gather and attend to the wounded, and with swift resolve, Mijin dashes to render aid. Her father remains behind, motionless while the others revel in the triumph of their accomplishment. The narrative shifts, introducing us to the various classes, those specialties by which hunters wield power. There are 5 stages which denote true mastery, and aspiring hunters refine their skills at the Cipher Academy to ascend these ranks. After one conquers mastery in their first discipline, there's a possibility, through immense effort, of unveiling a second. Those who manage this rare achievement are held in the highest regard within the Hunters Association. Yet those awakened to the lowest classes cannot hope to rise further. For them, it's often best to pursue a life beyond the hunt. The memory returns to Chaolho, recalling how he awakened his 6th class in the heat of the final conflict. Shortly after, in the quiet of the kitchen, frustration stirs in him as he imagines this ceiling may be his fate music, for the elusive 7th never revealed itself. At that moment, a ruby-haired girl rambles in, firstly calling him Miro before catching herself. It is Chaolho. She breathlessly exclaims that something remarkable has just occurred. Klee, she tells him, has shed his old self and started to speak. Pointing to the tiny being, she prompts it to utter Khan, yet with unblinking fascination at Chaolho, the creature bursts out enthusiastically, pronouncing Daddy. This sudden familial label leaves Chaolho self-conscious and unsettled. As the red-haired girl chuckles at the moment, he tries to mask his discomfort, musing whether Kyul isn't an overly Korean name, but she snappily affirms the creature's ties to this world. At last, she encourages the little one to state his name, Khan, and she rejoices ecstatically at the accomplishment. Chaolho proceeds to inquire about the class Khan has mastered, knowing dragons possess inherent ones, but Khan admits he is yet uncertain. Unexpectedly, the soft chime of the shop's bell signals a visitor, and she quickly crouches out of sight behind the countertop. The door creaks open and a familiar hunter enters, requesting 5 servings of instant noodles. This behavior leaves Khan perplexed, while the man slumps at a table, visibly dispirited. He begins to share his troubles with Chaolho, describing how he arrived at the battle's remains and found his daughter there. He confesses the pain of being powerless in her presence, merely a rank 7 treated no differently than an ordinary bystander. Despite his own limitations, the man explains his daughter, a Tier 3 healer, has earned genuine esteem for her talents within the association. Regarding the necktie, he shares that he'd hoped to buy a tire for her school event, only to discover every option priced beyond his reach. With resignation, he laments that the single humble tie was all his finances allowed, leaving him feeling crushed. He wonders aloud if attending is even worthwhile when he can't provide for her education. Rubbing his belly, he releases a self-deprecating laugh at how hunger persists even in sorrow. Chaolho stands still, wordless, as the man points out that going without food means he'll be too weak to even find work during the rebuilding. Chaolho walks into the kitchen toward Khan, who busily cooks up noodles for the guest waiting at the counter. Leaning in, he slyly asks if he can carve him thin, instantly flooding the red-haired youth with terror. Khan howls, blaming Chaolho for feeding him all along only to turn him into a meal, but the chef just laughs off the accusation as a jest, casually gesturing to the shed skin left by CL. Infuriated by the gesture, the young man shouts that he intended to keep it as a keepsake. Next, we witness an oversized bowl of ramen crowned with generous heaps of meat. Chaolho places the steaming soup before the hunter, saying this one's on the house, as in the background Khan's nerves unravel. Though his face is still steeped in sorrow, the man samples a strip of meat, and is swiftly overwhelmed by surprise. At once, tears slide silently down his cheeks as he eats, finally releasing his pent-up frustration. In time, the bowl is scraped clean, and the hunter quietly drops a crumpled note beside his seat. He expresses gratitude, not only for the meal but for lending an ear to his woeful tale. Chaolho simply smiles, eyes following the man's departure, content with his day's small victory. At the entryway, the hunter pauses to remark on the harshness woven through life. Chaolho countered that for those who persevere, sometimes fate yields a bright moment in return. He adds at last that the hunter must keep going, assuring him he will always be there with a warm plate, waiting. With a quiet, grateful smile, the man steps into the world again, promising he'd certainly return. From a shadow, Khan inquires why nothing of note happened, receiving Chaolho's reply that he simply didn't nothing more than pour what heart he had into the food. Khan then fixes him with a grave stare, curious to know why his master offered such kindness to a complete stranger. Chaolho chooses silence, averting his gaze as his features darken ever so slightly. He strokes Chaolho thoughtfully and remarks his own father once wore that same shadow of loneliness. Khan is taken aback, struck by the notion that even someone like Chaolho once had a father. The scene subtly shifts as the hunter quietly returns to his humble apartment deep into the night. Inside, he finds Mijin, his daughter, curled up in sleep, her phone set by her side. He soon realizes she retrieved his discarded tie and hears her utter an apology. Awoken halfway from dreaming, the girl murmurs regrets for her bitter words. He soothes her, gently smoothing her hair, assuring her all is forgiven, and that he's sorry too. On his knees at her bedside, he is grieved that he cannot provide her with the life she deserves. Yet as he covers her with a blanket, he makes an unspoken promise: his steadfast love will always be hers. Dawn finds the hunter sprinting across town, hollering about claiming the final opening left. Winded, at last he reaches the official, who asks, with dramatic music, for proof of his hunter badge. Recognizing Manhwa at once, the recruiter inquires his name. He answers, Manhwa Kim. Suddenly, the memory surfaces. Manhwa was the unfortunate soul stranded in the lair last time. The guard advises him not to ruin things again, noting this time the assignment should prove easier with the boss gone. Assembling the cleanup brigade, the leader's word sends them all into the portal. Elsewhere, Chaolho yawns, stepping outside to embrace another morning's routine. He descends the steps and strolls along the avenue when a van blurs by at breakneck speed. The Zangok team's vehicle vanishes into the distance, dropping a heavy sense of unease upon the cook, who can't shake the feeling that something is terribly amiss. Meanwhile, at the portal, a piercing alarm erupts and the energy at the rift teeters on chaos. Sangu dashes from the headquarters just as someone proclaims the gate has been locked down. It's revealed then that a scout party consisting of frail hunters entered, and Mijin anxiously cries for her father. Suddenly, the unimaginable strikes. A secret boss emerges, imprisoning every soul inside the portal's grasp. The group pushes forward onto the dungeon's lush grass. Music the land stretches before them, completely wild and unfamiliar. Once inside, the captain bellows orders to maintain position while Manhwa gets lost marveling at the vivid scene. Then in a heartbeat, a strange dinosaur bounds for him, jaws agape ready to strike. Acting on instinct, he shields himself with a raised arm, absorbing the assault head-on. He flings the beast away, bewildered. Today, strength floods his body and hunger forgets him. One ally is impressed but jolts as the sky tears open. A chasm in the dungeon's firmament begins to break reality apart. With that strange sign, the very earth quakes violently beneath them while terrified eyes are drawn upward. From above, an enormous music talon crashes to the ground, shaking it with a catastrophic thump. The full monstrosity then steps into view. An immense Tyrannosaurus bellows, declaring itself as the hidden boss, leaving Manhwa paralyzed with terror, certain they've fallen to dreadful fortune. The narrator clarifies, a hidden boss is a supplementary terror that emerges from an extra breach, and most recovery parties who face one never see daylight again. The whole team gapes in horror, and Manhwa recognizes this beast as the Tiger X creature. As the monster charges toward them, Manhwa shouts urgently for everyone to flee. Pausing amid chaos, sweat pouring from him, he struggles as he faces a critical choice. Upon the vanquished beast, he spots the shine of a monstone. An extraordinary chance gleams before him, a fortune that could uplift his family and finally allow his daughter Mijin the life she deserves. Disregarding the cries of alarm, he sprints for the prize, blind to the dangers. With his pulse pounding in his ears, he stretches forward, thinking that all he needed was to seize that glimmering stone. But the Tiger X lurches out from the twilight, its monstrous jaws parting wide to swallow him in an instant. With savage strength, the beast sweeps him off as though he weighs nothing, sending him flying. Lying battered, he recalls Mijin's bitter words, questioning if this was the vision she'd dreaded. He glimpses himself as a futile soul, a flawed father incapable of sheltering those dear to his heart. His mind flashes through scenes of his daughter, from her radiant school ceremonies to this disastrous hour. He holds memories of her joyous youth and her sorrow at her mother's farewell. A memory surfaces, her small form cradled in his arms as an infant, and all he can do is offer his regrets. Yet at that moment, an unbreakable resolve flares within his gaze, altering the course of fate. He forces himself upright, bellowing aloud that he cannot give up and abandon her. Summoning a well of vigor, he confronts the monster, shouting back at its stumbling form that this is not where his journey ends. The creature buries its claws deeply into the earth below, readying itself for one ultimate assault. With a deafening howl, the beast rushes towards Manhwa, who adamantly refuses to meet his end at this spot. Resolute, he balls his hand into a fist, summoning every last bit of bravery. With a primal scream, he declares that his end will not occur like this. Moving purely on instinct, he intercepts the beast's claw with a powerful punch, unveiling a latent force within. A vibrant red energy surges from his hand, music enveloping and illuminating his frame. Watching from afar, the squad's leader observes in astonishment and exclaims that it must be an awakening. Even Manhwa finds himself stunned, struggling to comprehend how he alone withstood the hidden boss. Amazed, he observes that his knuckles are unscathed, and more peculiarly, he is untouched by hunger. For once, the hollowness gnawing at him, ever present, has completely vanished. Empowered by this change, he lunges onward, grasping the creature's jaw and bringing its attack to a halt. Harnessing his newfound might, he challenges the enormous reptilian, gliding over the earth and with bold resolve tells the beast to withstand his blow. He shouts to the monster to brace itself as now the true battle dawns. Meanwhile, the cherished weapon of the elite squad shatters, serving as testament to their adversary's overwhelming might. Sang-woo appears amid the chaos, asking after the people's evacuation and seeking the enemy's whereabouts. A hunter, dumbfounded, points out the man who alone held his ground against a Tier 2 Tiger-X. With a wide grin, Sang-woo affirms the achievement, admiring the elder's remarkable feat and labeling him extraordinary. Observing Manhwa's prowess subdue the creature, he recognizes exceptional potential and remarks he must save his contact details. As a panel opens, Manhwa's identity emerges. He holds the title of God of Nourishment. It is clarified that this role deflects harm, essentially forming an indomitable bulwark in a conflict. From a music remote spot, Chaolho observes, reflecting that such strength in the Korean system matches that of a Tier 3 fighter. Knowing Manhwa and Sang-woo have the confrontation well in hand, he understands his duty here is fulfilled. Elsewhere, little Chaolho drifts into a yawn, her tranquil existence undisturbed by distant turmoil. Inside the restaurant, a newspaper rests upon the counter, announcing the defeat of the elusive Tiger-X. Within its articles, Manhwa Kim is pronounced the battle's champion, having achieved MVP status and ascended to Tier 3. The organization confesses its error and vows to reconsider its actions. As Chaolho lifts Kyul into his arms, he remarks with amusement that she's gotten slightly heavier, to which the little girl responds by calling him daddy. He makes an attempt to argue otherwise, saying he's not truly her parent, yet Kyul squeezes him in a warm embrace all the same. Grinning gently, he welcomes the child's love, even as other stories stream through the background. From the radio comes a report detailing a surge of minor thefts spreading through town. Whoever is behind it seems drawn to both food and glittering trinkets, even going so far as to pilfer mana stones from the marketplace. Chaolho drifts into contemplation over the story while young Kyul amuses herself with water close by. With adorable earnestness, she comes over and offers her father figure a cup full of mysterious liquid. All at once, Khan storms into the kitchen, urgently warning Chaolho not to take a sip. Wrinkling his nose, he reveals the mug teems with harmful bacteria. He goes on to explain that Kyul recently saw an illustration in a book referring to wells filled with drinking water. Upon hearing this, a chill sweeps down Chaolho's back as he realizes she is confusing the toilet with a proper well. Elsewhere, Agent Ju Choi samples some kimchi and exclaims delightedly about the wonderful dish. Chaolho replies that he selected only the finest ingredients, lending his dishes an especially unique taste. Sudden as a flash, the doorbell calls out and Ju announces more guests are here. He mentions he has brought someone along and another figure emerges from behind him. Before them stands Captain Sang-woo Kim, well-known spear hunter, clad in his distinguished leather coat. Chaolho gives a courteous bow and offers a friendly greeting, noting that he's heard much about the captain. The agent from the association then introduces himself, observing Chaolho's status as a mage skilled in spearwork. Sang-woo enters expressing irritation, lamenting a taxing day overrun by endless meetings. At that prompt, Agent Ju gestures and proclaims the celebrated god of food is also present. He proceeds, bursting with enthusiasm, declaring this is Manhwa Kim, the renowned hero who turned their last battle around. Manhwa modestly returns a smile and claims it's all thanks to his boss for lending support in a dire hour. Chaolho responds lightly, insisting it was nothing and he merely hoped his friend would dine with them once more. The new arrival then asks for his regular order of noodles, and Chaolho sets about gathering the ingredients. Witnessing this, Sang-woo's appetite is piqued, so he requests the same dish which pleases the chef. Music the meal served, Manhwa lifts the bowl and in a single motion gulps down all the savory broth to the last drop. Sang-woo is rendered utterly astonished by the impressive show of hunger his colleague displays. He gently reminds Manhwa of his promise to visit his daughter's school, suggesting it's time to move on. Chaolho assures him they could use a good rest, so the agent bids a fond farewell and departs. Watching them together, he muses from a distance that their rapport is remarkably warm. Yet all at once it dawns on him that a heavy silence has settled over the restaurant. Perplexed by the quiet, he glances over the table to discover Sang-woo gently rocking, nearly drifting into slumber right where he sits. Just like that, the captain succumbs entirely to exhaustion, lulled into a doze after his meal. The moment shifts to an earlier memory. Sanghu seizes a man's collar, his voice a furious storm as he shouts at him in outrage. His voice sharp, he demands to know why the man would meddle with a being of legend. While the fire beast storms into the city, its form, a colossus wolf aflame, growls viciously at the hunters, jaw bared in absolute loathing. With an earth-shaking howl, the beast unfurls its might, ready to annihilate its surroundings. Transported back into the flow of music, Sanghu stirs awake from his slumber. Slightly disoriented, he springs up, noticing Chaolho still present, serenely absorbed in a newspaper. Realizing the hour, Chaolho expresses his regrets, only for the cook to dismiss the worry with a smile. Capturing the moment, the captain refuses the meal, claiming no hunger just as the radio resumes news of the recent thefts. But a beat later, he reconsiders and requests a drink instead. Without delay, Chaolho moves to carry out the order. Sanghu orders soju and entrusts the choice of side dishes to the chef's inspiration. Reflecting on his fresh purchases, the chef proposes sashimi, earning the captain's astonished glance. Seeking confirmation, he explains that the fish is served uncooked, secured only that morning in peak freshness. It's revealed that with the arrival of monsters, the oceans also fell completely under their dominion. Consequently, varieties previously abundant have become elusive treasures, now nearly impossible to come by. Fishermen instead target monstrous aquatic species, like this young specimen from German waters. As Chaolho carves the beast, he remarks that its flavor is a delightful blend of sea bass and flounder. While preparing the dish, he admits that sashimi once failed to move him, but over time he grew to appreciate its delicacy. He then presents the platter, encouraging Sanghu to sample the seaweed noodles lying beneath. Though impressed, the captain remarks the pair of sashimi with seaweed noodles feels unusual. Chaolho reassures him, insisting on the choice of exquisite ingredients and confident that the flavor will please. Inspired, Sanghu lifts a morsel with his chopsticks and eats, the crunchy harmony bursting on his teeth. Instantly, a surge of zest floods him, the meal infusing him with new vitality. He quickly empties his soju glass in a single swallow, letting the taste cleanse his tongue for more. With a delighted exclamation, he proclaims it satisfied him perfectly. Finally, Sanghu lets loose a breath, the taxing week behind him at last, and shares that, after nearly 2 years on duty, he now has 2 days of rest. Day after day, the unending pursuit of monsters eroded his spirit, driving him ever closer to his breaking point. Relentless waves of beasts spilled from the rifts, depriving him of even a fleeting moment to rest. Music. With a glance at his spear, he recalls its adamantium origins, a material rare and prized. He admits that back when he graduated, he believed that this weapon would allow him to be the world's savior. But reality swiftly taught him a difficult lesson. There is always another whose strength surpasses yours. Sanghu stretches and complains about his fatigue. Chaolho, who has endured the same weariness, muses that everyone faces a moment of awakening when they realize they aren't extraordinary, and for that, he prescribes a forced smile and a generous glass of soju. Attempting to lift his mood, Chaolho reminds the captain that he remains one of Korea's revered 5 guardians. But Sanghu admits that the burden of so many lives trusting him sometimes becomes overwhelming. Watching the rainfall, Chaolho gently wonders whether a particular incident had triggered these feelings. The captain nods solemnly, confessing that indeed something affected him deeply, and the memory is vivid. Chaolho then asks if he's ever heard tales of a legendary creature named Agumiho. Suddenly, the memory returns, warriors sprinting through storm and anger, furious at whoever roused the monster. A subordinate provides the reason: it was the noble hunter himself, music deepening Sanghu's confusion. In preparation, the Gumiho throws back its head and lets loose a howl, wild and unrestrained. Back to the music present, Chaolho clarifies that these beasts are woven from legend, their power immeasurable. He explains that these creatures dwell alone and in all 3 decades never once attacked humans first. Their secrecy is a shield until provoked by some meddler. Returning to the past, Sanghu finally locates the elusive man, the well-dressed gentleman, in the swelling rain. In a heartbeat, Sanghu seizes him and shouts, desperate to understand the cause of this chaos. The stranger beneath the hat returns his gaze, icy and indifferent, the threat unbothering him. Sang recognizes the man and, stunned, cries out for his own partner by name. Suddenly, the Gyumiho's wail splits the night, its crimson fire washing everything in a savage glow. The beast vaults onto a nearby building, someone urgently commanding everyone to assume their positions. Leading his team, Sangu roars that they'll unleash their full might against the raging creature. With its tails, the monster collects energy, assembling the means for a calamitous assault. A gigantic orb of fire takes shape, vibrating with power that shakes the earth beneath their feet. Without warning, the Gyumiho releases its wrath, and a blazing deluge descends upon the unsuspecting city. The creature's gaze gleams with an enchanting brilliance, freezing all who meet its eyes in utter immobility. Consequently, more than a few hunters collapse, their weapons tumbling from limp hands as they succumb to a deep and inescapable stupor. A companion cries out, urging all to avert their eyes from the burning onslaught, cautioning them of the imminent strike from the fiend. The searing sphere smashes against a hunter's shield, shattering it instantly with overwhelming strength. Sangu and his comrades spring backward just in the nick of time, barely escaping the fierce explosion. Right then, the woman summons her magic, imbuing her shield to generate a shimmering blue arc of defense. Her magic causes numerous ethereal barriers to materialize, intercepting the Gyumiho's fiery missiles. Noticing a crucial moment, the captain raises his spear, which is now enveloped by a shimmering purple energy. He springs atop the magical barriers, striking the monster repeatedly and from every direction he can. Spear gripped tightly, the hunter plummets, resolved to deal the decisive blow to the creature. Music with a fierce cry, he orders the monster to depart quietly for the last and final time. The spear's sharpened end slices the air and lands upon the Gyumiho's neck. An agonized roar breaks free as a single tear wells in its eye. Even as Sanghu catches a glimpse of that look, it is already too late. His strike meets its mark. Returning to the dusty present, he confides that struggle endured without pause until the world was lit by dawn. And after their victory and the beast's cries had faded, he heard another sound, the quiet sob of grief. Stretched across the drenched earth, he stumbled upon a tiny fox cub curled up and whimpering under the rain. His breath caught as he recognized too late their foe had been a mother, and this silent orphan was her child. It came to light that the elegant eagles had chased the young fox, which pushed its mother to act so desperately. Sangu sorrowfully admits this was a tragic misjudgment, but as he explains, even the wisest learners stumble. Yet in a somber tone he continues, stating that guardians cannot permit errors like this, and with regret reveals the cub's end came as well. Chaolho speaks gently, consoling him that there was truly no other way, closing the tale of the Gyumiho at last. Sangu glances away abashedly, then finds a piece of comfort in his friend's words, spirits lifted just a little. Soon enough he rises, mentioning with a small laugh that perhaps he'd shared too much, drawn out by the conversation's warmth. Chaolho gets to his feet as well and orders more sashimi, this time to carry home, saying cheerfully he'll handle it without a problem. As countless stars blanket the city once more, the story turns again, following the gentleman hunter's footsteps through somber streets in times gone by. Sangu paces, nostalgia flickering in his thoughts as he recollects the men of principle. We witness Sangu squaring up to him, voice raised, questioning what possessed him to endanger a child so young. His shouts imply that simple apologies are hollow when countless lives are placed in peril. As the dispute finishes, the captain turns away, his features etched with undiluted resignation. He moves with measured steps amidst the ruins, his spirit burdened by the memory of that valiant guardian. In the here and now, Chaolho reflects on the Gyumiho he had faced before on his native soil. It is clarified they never harmed humans, yet he had still taken 2 of their lives. He felt remorse both occasions, aware these memories never truly fade as time goes on. Miles apart, Sangu crosses the devastated town, clutching his sashimi to savor within his own walls. He unfolds the sashimi container, finding his only solace in it after an arduous evening. Yet these memories linger as wounds, haunted by cries that eternally resound in his mind. Without warning, he catches the sound of nearing steps, and his instincts as a hunter thrill to life. It is as if he is living every moment anew, the blaze never letting him forget his error. Out from the night, a petite paw pushes forth, inching carefully in the hunter's direction. Approaching now is the Gyumiho child, marked by 3 entwined tails and flickering fire as Sanu bares his soul, He confesses he could not bring himself to end its life on that storm-lashed night. A vision from earlier years reveals the tiny Gumiho curled and weeping in pounding rain. He remains uncertain if it was the sorrow in the older one's eyes, but he simply was unable to follow through. Kneeling down, he mourns being an inadequate protector as the little fox consumes the sashimi. The captain inquires just how many mana gems it took for such a youngster to bear 3 tails, while the foxlet ignores reprimand, trying only to filch the bag of food, ruled by instinct. By reflex, Sanghu grasps its tail, causing the little Gumiho to snarl, baring fangs in defiance. The creature then blasts firebolts at him, testament to its growing power. Barely evading, he pleads with it to hear him out, cautioning that the authorities will take action and he can no longer shield it within these streets. Sanghu hurls his spear's butt upon the soil and tells the Gumiho the hour has come to leave. With a sorrowful spirit, he bids it farewell, though the kit's sobbing betrays its desire to stay. Yet in the end, he shouts at it to run far away, and the little Gumiho dashes into the woods. Sanghu's smile is tinged with sadness, certain he's chosen rightly to release the orphaned fox. Alone under the cloak of darkness, with his spear beside him, he calls out one final time for the creature to seek safety. The fox darts swiftly along the rooftops above the city, searching intently for a sanctuary where it might remain unseen. Yet abruptly it halts, as if a familiar fragrance in the air has stirred old memories. Astonished, young Kalu beckoning to it from discovering the window, in gentle daddy invitation. Intrigued, it pads closer, discovering the little dragon once more calling out, carries with him daddy. Her gleaming, plush fur radiates, enchanting the Gumiho and causing it to tumble down, entirely beguiled by the child. Realization settles, Kule's innocence and charm render her incapable of harm, making her, without doubt, a friend. Together they begin to leap along the shelves, enjoying their playfulness, just as Chaolho steps through the door. The chef instantly comprehends that the presence he'd noticed throughout his home belonged to the Gumiho. He inquires if the fox feels hungry, and it gives a sharp nod in immediate reply. With a knowing grin, Chaolho comments, "It seems you've already found a meal somewhere," nodding to the missing sashimi. Just then, his goblin servant Kasim steps out of a shimmering portal, inquiring about his next command. Chaolho gestures to the Gumiho, requesting a mana stone selected from his assorted treasures. Dutifully, the attendant delivers the crystal to his usual master, Chaolho Kang. Chaho remarks that a first-tier mana stone should suffice, instantly capturing the Gumiho's eager grasp. Wasting no time, the fox pierces the gem with its fangs, reducing it to glittering shards within its jaws. Suddenly, celestial energy drapes itself around the fox, who drains the stone of every arcane essence. From the window, Chaolho offers a final farewell to the emboldened creature, music now ready to depart at last. The Gumiho pivots and vanishes through the window's threshold, trailing away in a flash that whispers of comet flames. Upon another rooftop, it pauses briefly to look back at the city stretching before it, lingering with a last farewell. Recollections of Sanghu arise. Despite every hurdle, the creature believes the hunter's heart is kind. Brimming with tears, it grieves softly, haunted by the worry they may never cross paths again. Meanwhile, far away, Sanangu lies amid the grass, musing that the Gumiho's vivid aura shines too brightly there. His eyes shadowed with melancholy, he silently hopes the fox avoids that fate-filled place evermore. Atop a rooftop, the Gumiho lifts its voice in a mournful howl to the moon, a parting call before slipping away forever. As scenes shift, the National Hunters Association comes into focus, steadfast in its vigil across the nation. It is revealed that the organization designated 5 second-tier hunters to serve as official protectors. Among their number were the Ice Witch, Sanghu Kim, the Gentleman, alongside the Blade Queen. In addition to these, the association deploys its top-tier, Tier 1 hunters for the most confidential operations. At the seat of authority sits the association's president, Jin Su-yu, acknowledged as the nation's most formidable figure. Within his office, he grumbles about the sweltering weather to Cheon, the mage with hair blue as the ocean, who stands quietly witnessing his laments. The guard guardian known as the Ice Witch offers to conjure some chill to ease the heat, but he politely declines, remarking that such is the nature of summer, before swiftly steering the conversation toward a more pressing concern. He brings up that he has heard rumors of the Mandraora's disappearance, which she instantly verifies. A Mandraora, it is explained, is a fearsome plant beast that emits an extremely potent toxin. Moreover, its wail is so lethal that it can fell low-level hunters and ordinary people within moments. She music relays that 13 of these creatures have vanished, leaving nothing behind, as if they had simply departed of their own accord. The president finds this notion amusing, jesting that root crops are hardly known for sprinting about with legs. He quickly chooses to summon someone named Gabby to handle the case, causing Cheon's eyes to widen at the mention of the name. Jin Su affirms that the Shadow Cat has returned and will take charge of this enigma. Far away, young Kuel stretches luxuriously as she awakens from a sweet night of rest, noticing that Khan's presence is missing beside Chaolho. Sensing her father's distress, she discerns he is troubled by a dream and tenderly attempts to rouse him. With her tiny paw, she strokes his cheek and softly calls, determined to lift him from nightmare's grasp. Yet soon a plaintive growl from her belly claims her thoughts soon turns singularly to breakfast. She hops from bed and toddles into the kitchen, straining with determination for a chair in sight. After several clumsy, earnest leaps, the small dragon finally alights atop the seat, preparing for her morning's hunt. Peering into the fridge from her perch, she discovers a Mandraora, a most bizarre, plant-like creature. Perplexed, she cannot tell just what it is and wonders quietly whether it might be an elderly gentleman. Startled, the Mandraora unleashes a shriek so loud it reverberates through the whole house. But her desire to eat proves more potent, and Kuel instantly chomps into the monster without hesitation. The flavor, however, is dreadful, prompting her to angrily spit out the mouthful with a look of disgust and toss the plant aside. It's just at that moment Chaolho and Khan step into the kitchen, and the chef casts a stern glance toward the little one. Afterwards, the little dragon collapses, belly satisfied, as Chaolho warns she will surely be reprimanded for her deeds later. He gently lifts Kal, then inquires of Khan where his whereabouts have taken him in these recent days. Khan responds that his time was spent studying rifts, but he only encountered monsters familiar to him from a span. A pensive look spreads across Chaolho's face, and the mention of monsters seems to spark a promising thought. He mocks Khan, prompting Khan to explode with anger and proclaim passionately that dragons are a grand, exalted race, towering above all others. Only then does he realize that it's entirely possible for a dragon, or perhaps an even darker force, to burst forth from the rifts. With this concern in mind, he requests Khan to alert him immediately if anything unusual is discovered in the course of his studies. Khan wonders aloud if it's possible for him to gain mastery over the rifts themselves, but Chaolho confesses that the secret escapes him entirely. Curious, he inquires about how Chaolho managed to find his way back to this world, but Chaolho sidesteps neatly, promising to reveal the tale on some other occasion. Switching topics altogether, he comments that it's time to shop for supplies so he can cook dinner. After all, the warm embrace of summer begs for something light and a touch more special at the table. The narrative now carries us to the edges of Shinshan, where a woven spell barrier stands sentinel around the entire city. In this place, the Ice Witch conducts her investigations but turns up no signs pointing to the monster's trail. She gazes toward a particular building, confirming it matches the description she received. But without warning, a radiant green energy swirls around her from every direction, an ambush delivered flawlessly. The spellcaster attempts to invoke her ice magic in defense, but her arm is snared with sudden speed. A hand tipped with claws halts her spellwork, gliding across her features with a chilling caress. At that very instant, a woman materializes at her back, radiating the very same enigmatic emerald aura. Wearing a self-assured smile, she pronounces, "So, you must be the renowned Ice Witch of Shinshan." She introduces herself as Gabby Lee, known as Shadow Cat, a Tier 1 hunter. Cheon blushes slightly and states her own name, only for Gabby to smoothly suggest, "Just call me by my given name." Shadow Cat offers a flattering remark to the mage, then inquires about the number of years she's spent honing her craft. When 10 years are mentioned, Chaeyeon's eyes widen in shock, considering it utterly unbelievable. She can't comprehend how someone crossed a warded boundary without leaving the faintest clue behind. She's left reeling by the seasoned hunter's unaged visage, despite her 3 decades of adventures. Gabby offers a handshake, introducing herself one more time before remarking that this is her debut visit. Afterwards, she requests a recap of the predicament, prompting Chaeyeon to share details of the disappeared Mandrioras. Chaeyeon explains that the defensive barrier had been conjured by a Tier 4 hunter among her support crew. Gabby reasons that only an individual at least of Tier 3 stature could have slipped through undetected. She opens the investigation by querying which mercenary guild reigns supreme locally. When told it is the Temple Guild, Gabby declares her intention to visit for a meal. Elsewhere far off, a shiver runs up Sanhoo's spine, as though his name lingered briefly on someone's tongue. We jump to a cozy dining place where young Kuel enjoys a peaceful sleep nestled in Khan's protective arms, a picture of sweetness and innocence. The youth, hair like flames, is utterly bewitched, murmuring about her charming ways. Khan is similarly enamored by Kai, convinced that her irresistible cuteness must come from him. So absorbed was he in caring for the young one that he failed to register Chaolho observing every detail from a distance. Taken by surprise, the red-haired youth hastily inquires how long he's been present, to which the chef casually replies that he witnessed everything. Khan, flustered, tries to act as though nothing's amiss, but Chaolho assures him there is no reason to feel embarrassed. He heads into the kitchen, picks out a watermelon, and asks Khan to fetch some water in a pot. Never having encountered the fruit before, Khan wonders aloud if the vivid center is some kind of flesh. Chaolho quickly corrects him. Soon after, the redhead grabs a chicken and innocently asks about its nature, since it hardly resembles any monster he knows. With a chuckle, Chaolho identifies it as a chicken, recalling that such creatures once existed at a spawn. But it is Khan's discovery of a Mandrora that truly leaves him stunned beyond words. The cook explains that he simply stumbled upon them in the wild. However, Khan issues a warning: these plants are perilous, overflowing with dark force, which explains their naturally chilly properties. Nevertheless, they happen to be crisp and sugary, making them a wonderful addition to various dishes. Khan inquires about the planned stuffing, and Cho reveals he intends to use rice, garlic, and mandriga. Time ticks by, and before long the pot is bubbling, heralding a hearty chicken soup on its way. While they continue cooking, the dinner bell chimes, heralding the arrival of a patron into the once empty dining room. At that moment, Sanghoo, Chaeyeon, and Gabby step through the door, with the shadow cat immediately remarking on the enticing aroma wafting in the air. Chaolho greets them warmly. After a slight nudge, the sheepish Khan manages his own greeting too. Sanghoo announces their presence is a pleasure, introducing the flame-haired young man as his nephew. The chef offers them chicken soup, prompting Gabby to beam with anticipation, though she hastily turns it down, admitting that she's vegan, which temporarily stumps Chaolho as he ponders suitable alternatives. At the table, they serve hot chicken soup and tangy mandriga kimchi, both appearing especially tempting. The Frost Queen seizes a drumstick, lightly salts it, preparing herself for the initial taste. The moment she savors the succulent morsel, her strict demeanor brightens, obviously delighted by the fare. Sanghoo commends the kimchi as well, both diners thoroughly impressed with the meal's excellence. Noticing their glowing satisfaction, Chaolho turns towards Gabby, reconfirming if she truly doesn't eat animal products. Admitting his menu is limited, he offers her some watermelon. Her face lights up and she eagerly asks for a piece. He mentions that there are countless delicious ways to savor watermelon, and on this day, he'll attempt something inventive. He carves out all the vibrant pulp with his knife, slicing it with care atop a cutting board, then tops it with strawberries and kiwis, a creation ready to charm summer palates. Finally, he gently fills the hollowed watermelon skin with the fruit mixture, crafting the base of a splendid dessert. Afterwards, the chef delicately pours carbonated soda atop, adding a sparkling effect to the entire blend. And just like that, the cool, inviting watermelon punch, or hui, awaits, radiating an aura of revitalization. Witnessing this scene, the sorceress of frost intervenes, conjuring ice cubes with a wave of her magic. Chaolho informs the shadowy feline that the woman is the city's protector mage, though Kaon grumbles her distaste for the moniker witch attached to her. The origin of her infamous nickname is revealed. In her school days, she lost her temper mid-battle and blanketed everything in ice. She chuckles at the memory, while Chho remains astonished by the gathering of renowned hunters in his humble eatery. His gaze lingers on the shadow cat as he carefully measures the formidable energy of a Tier 1 hunter. In his mind, her might rivals that of a guardian, and it's been ages since beauty such as hers rivaled Espan's. Gabby flashes a gentle smile and gives her heartfelt thanks for the food, widening the chef's admiration. At the end of the feast, nothing remains in the watermelon bowl but cherished memories on the tabletop. Khan, turning to Ko, murmurs an observation on the departing woman's stunning looks, and Ko readily concurs. He confides that her striking beauty bordered on the unearthly, as if she surpassed mortal limits. It is then that Gabby's true nature comes to light. She is an elf, which clarifies her awe-inspiring features. Chaolho reveals he perceived her non-human lineage from the start, as his elven senses confirmed it. Khan wonders aloud if she recognized their identities, but the chef reassures him she has no talent for perception spells. This leads him to a firm conviction that the rifts between worlds let far more than monsters seep through. With a somber inner voice, he ponders the possibility that these foreign beings conspire in secrecy. Without warning, he calls for Khan, who spins around, caught off guard by the cook's sudden summons. Chaolho announces his intention to craft a one-of-a-kind dish for him, which immediately piques the youthful redhead's interest. Donning his apron, he invites the young man to ready his spoon, as they prepare to invent an extraordinary watermelon soju together. Miles away, the hunting trio reaches the guild's halls, only to come up empty-handed in their search for hints of the elusive thief. Sanghu good-naturedly taunts Gabby by calling her grandma, to which she swiftly rejoins by labeling him kid. The captain complains of the lack of clues, witnesses, or victims, stating it is doubtful anyone would even realize something was pilfered, but Cheyenne insists her squad's vigilance would catch any breach. With a sly grin, Sanghu quips that perhaps someone merely devoured all of the garden's bounty. Gabby decides to halt the banter, though her eyes betray lingering unease over the outstanding mystery. She admits lacking tangible evidence but declares that her instincts sense an eerie anomaly at play in their city. As their footsteps echo away, Sanghu groans that their arduous journey yielded only unsettling revelations. Ultimately, Sanghu grows pensive, struggling to accept the news that Ta Zhang Kaon intends to step down from the Temple Guild. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to an elderly man gazing up at a sky patterned with stars, weariness etched onto his features. He contemplates how the world now stands transformed, with fields once rich in grass now claimed by monotonous asphalt. The sweet scent of blooms has disappeared, replaced on all sides by the foul tang of monster blood. Although fatigue weighs on him, he instructs his group to press forward and shield every last survivor. When all is finished, he brings the guild together and proclaims to everyone that their case has at long last reached its conclusion. The following morning, Chaolho glances through the paper, his eyes catching the headline concerning the Temple Guild. Young Klee awakens and rushes over to clasp her father's leg in a tender embrace. With infectious enthusiasm, he lifts her up and praises her outfit of the morning, simply a ribbon perched on her ear. Imitating his actions, Klee playfully pretends to read the newspaper's weather column as well. But before long, hunger emerges, and the petite dragon's belly gives a noisy, rumbling protest. She quickly calls for breakfast, blending her pleas for daddy with an adorably fierce little growl. Chaolho muses over what they should eat together, insisting it ought to be a scrumptious choice if they'll be dining. He reflects, life is fleeting, and each day gives only 3 opportunities to savor a truly satisfying meal. The chef then affectionately tweaks Kule's cheeks, teasing that a dragon's years in contrast are far from brief. He resolves to prepare plain white rice, since the benefits of whole grain no longer bear meaning for him. With that task decided, he suggests little Kule should rouse her slumbering brother. The small dragon dashes away to Khan's bedroom where he sleeps sprawled out, his snores filling the space. Without a speck of hesitation, she bounds straight onto his stomach, jolting him awake in a flurry. From the kitchen, Chaolho catches the yelp of pain and lets a subtle, satisfied smile play on his lips. Objective attained! Abruptly, we are drawn to the breakfast table where steaming bimbap dotted with wild vegetables and topped by an egg awaits. Khan, enchanted by the fragrance, quickly volunteers to mix the myriad flavors. Once the spread is complete, the trio dig in, delighting in their simple yet flavorful breakfast of bibimbap. Wave after wave of richness dances across their palates, turning the meal into a joyful memory. Before long, their bowls are cleared. Chaolho notes that something seems odd with Kuel, who faints by the meal's end each day. Khan reassures him, pointing out this is a normal pattern, as she needs much rest and food to grow. Excitement fills him, since very soon they'll learn the special ability the little dragon is destined to awaken. Amid their conversation, the sound of the doorbell cuts in, and Chaolho steps forward to welcome the latest visitor. A youthful fellow enters, catching the fragrance of rice, donned in a sharp white jacket. Chaolho offers a bowl, but the newcomer politely requests instant noodles first if that's available. The cook grins, guessing the young man likes his rice cold, a hunch that's quickly confirmed. But then the customer catches sight of the newspaper, his face altering when his eyes fall on the guild report. The emblem on his jacket gave him away. He clearly belonged to the guild. Without saying a word, he departs as Chaolho silently observes against the backdrop of the eatery. Afterward, the young man samples the kimchi, exalting its taste as truly sublime. Without warning, Agent Ju and Manhwa Kim appear, greeting Chaolho at the threshold. Manhwa bypasses any offer of food, explaining that he's merely there to exchange greetings, though the agent's demeanor remains bright. Chaolho brings a water glass, remarking how the scorching weather must be making things difficult. With a playful tone, Manhwa mentions his stamina's gotten much better, and the chef attributes that to the mandroras he once tasted. The agent next observes that perhaps the spear mage is having a hard time handling the recent news. He questions if the cook has heard of the Temple Guild's fortune and the captain's stepping down. The young guest appears stunned at the revelation, while the agent laments, noting how the captain was held in high regard. Chaolho, curious, inquires what led to this, prompting Ju to recall a fateful event from a decade back. That year was Sang Hu's debut, marked by an invasion that claimed 4 of the 5 guardians. Only Tai Yung Kaeon, a hunter of the highest caliber and legendary might, remained. As a leader by birth, he rescued all amidst the great invasion and emerged a legend. The association's chairman, Jin Su-yu, while foreseeing this retirement, could not help but grieve its necessity. All at once a gentle knocking sounds. Expecting the visitor, he tells them to enter. The door swings open to reveal Tai Zhang, offering greetings after much time. The two settle into a conversation, bathed in the golden sunset. The president anxiously asks if retirement is certain, and Tai Yung affirms his resoluteness. Jin Su presses for his reasoning, to which he simply responds that the moment has indeed arrived. Distressed, the president clutches his old friend and exclaims, recalling that he alone built the guild from nothing. He insists he stood beside him since it all began, yet despite his passion, Tai Yung's determination never wavers. Serenely, the captain rests his mug on the table and requests that his companion hear him out. He says that accomplishments are never solitary. Together, they endured and built the life they know today. Now, exhaustion weighs upon him, and all he longs for is to finally be free from the heavy load that has pressed on his shoulders for countless years. With this, he bids his farewells and departs, leaving the president isolated amidst his swirling thoughts. Jin Su sits in reflection, picturing how deeply young Sanghu must be hurting after what he's just learned. It becomes clear the successor has already been chosen, an up-and-coming Tier 3 hunter named Chaolho Kang. Meanwhile, outside, Tai Zhang gazes into the nighttime expanse and muses to himself that the day was surprisingly pleasant, only to chuckle quietly about whether such sentiments simply reveal his advancing age. At the same moment, the junior hunter from the Temple Guild is already stationed by the roadside, waiting with his motorcycle. Elsewhere, the focus returns to the eatery where Chaolho continues deftly cutting squares of mandriora kimchi. Without warning, Sanghu enters with Taung accompanying him. Surveying the place, Sanghu admits with surprise he never knew of this spot before, and with a cheery grin, inquires what's featured on the menu today. Chaolho responds that tonight's fare consists of home-style cuisine, which captures Sanghu's curiosity. Considering the captain's years with a fleeting thought, the chef opts to be bold and serve the meal regardless. Tai Yung claims a seat, the very embodiment of experience itself, and assures there is no rush, permitting the chef all the time he requires. Chaolho, smiling warmly, heads into the kitchen, prepared to get underway. The youthful hunter expresses his farewells, saying he merely dropped by to guide the elder visitor. Tai Yung expresses regret for the younger companion's lack of maturity, but Chaolho responds with understanding. He is, after all, a protector in his own way. The old hand politely inquires whether he may smoke, and since no customers remain, the cook grants his blessing. With a cigarette at his lips, Tai Yung compliments the comforting fragrance of rice wafting from the cooker. He notes it's been ages since such a scent filled the air, one that stirs up a sweet melancholia. Chaolho ponders nostalgia and the universal longing for days gone by. Inspired, he resolves to prepare a special entree meant to evoke those treasured recollections. We then discover his plan: to craft a jig, a dish that seemingly holds a secret method unique to every person. The chef stirs together soybean paste with crisp vegetables, letting them simmer leisurely. To further enrich the spread, he fries Velto eggs alongside a mouth-watering cut of German fish. Soon, the simple comfort meal is arranged. There's steamy rice, fish, soup, and their cherished mandriga kimchi. The seasoned veteran gazes upon the steaming meal, its fragrance reawakening recollections nestled within his heart. He finally tries the soup, only to be struck by a taste both surprising and warmly reminiscent. Afterward, he scoops up a helping of the flawlessly cooked white rice. He smiles, remarking how the flavor transports him to meals from his distant youth. Yet the realization strikes: 3 decades have slipped by since he left for Seoul, those memories now softened and dim. It feels as though the years whisked past in an instant. Life hurried forward while he barely registered its passage. He confides that in those days, everyone dreamed of reaching the capital, the only path promising hope. A nocturnal road shimmers in his mind's eye, lingering like an old refrain. Carries with him daddy memories that time cannot strip away. The mass departure of 30 years prior, the harrowing invasion from a decade ago. Chaolho seeks affirmation from the elder who lived through that great escape. Cannot it strip away, recounted how, 30 years prior, years before, nations far and Chaolho wide. Whole metropolises vanished as if erased, and the torrent claimed lives beyond counting. Amid that turmoil, Tai Yung discovered his talents as a hunter and lifted a blade in defense for the very first time. Endowed with new strength, he guided those left in his village toward Seoul, the nation's heart. Their gathering planted the seeds for the Temple Guild, a sanctuary where hunters found safety. As the city was restored, life slowly resumed its pace, and the guardians arose amid the renewal. Yet the Korea they knew had dwindled to Seoul's very center. Just as recovery seemed possible, catastrophe loomed again a decade back. A host of formidable monsters descended from above, bringing ruination. Thus began the Great Invasion, catching Sanggu unprepared as violence erupted. He braced his spear against the beast's gaping jaws but was hurled away by the mighty force of an enormous dragon. Helpless, he heard its fearsome roar resound over the carnage. Still inexperienced, Sanggu was consumed by panic and, amidst uproar, cried out his wish to live. Tai Yung emerged just in time to shield the fallen hunter, intercepting the menacing force. Afterward, he reached out, urging young Sanggu to rise and rejoin the struggle. The youth, terrified and shaking, his face smeared with blood, found himself immobilized by fright. Recognizing courage eclipsed by instinctual fear, the veteran empathized with his urge to escape. But he offered words of support, reminding him that pressing forward, despite anxiety, is what truly matters. He then inquired for the boy's identity, voice wavering. The reply came, "I am Sanggu Kim." Taejong, sensing the emergence of a new defender, found himself cautioned by Sanggu about the looming threat. Turning to face danger, the captain instructed the novice to witness carefully what followed. In a gesture sharp and deliberate, he brandishes his sword, readying to confront the gargantuan dragon. With one swift motion, he releases a radiant beam of gold that surges forth toward the beast. The luminous arc carves through the heavens and strikes true, cleaving the monster and several others cleanly apart. Stunned into silence, Sanggu watches as the seasoned warrior stands amid the ruin, stained in scarlet. Taejong turns back, a gentle smile on his face, and declares, This is the road we must follow. As young Sanangu fixes his gaze on the captain, the impression of that hero burns forever in his heart. Returning to the present moment, he removes his helmet, determination shining in his eyes to uphold that heritage. Sanghu ascends the rise and remarks that his master deserves to rest peacefully here. Spinning around, he sprints forth, set on cleansing the land entirely and guaranteeing an hour and 5 minutes of calm. Clutching his spear, he swears, not one fiend will be permitted to remain. He thrusts his weapon into the soil, announcing this will be his captain's final resting place. He believes offering this gesture is the least possible way to repay the hero who saved him. Eyes brimming with tears, he bitterly reproaches himself, swallowed by the torment of losing a dear companion. Kneeling down, he laments the absence of any monsters left for him to vent his anguish upon. All strength seems drained from him, and he's haunted by the truth that he cannot undo what has been done. Seated back at the eatery, Chiho inquires if the captain feels any regrets about his life. Tai Yung snuffs out his cigarette and admits every day was drenched in remorse, for perfection was their constant struggle. In striving to defend others and ensure life remained, they were forced to battle for survival without compromise. He continues, observing that mistakes were luxuries they couldn't afford. A single misstep meant irreplaceable loss. At last, Chilho comprehends the roots of young Sanghis's wisdom. He was guided by a master of his craft. He muses that, even burdened by weariness, the captain accomplished the feat of raising a worthy heir. Rising to his feet, Tai Zhang declares his intention to return home and thus closes his odyssey. Cho considers the trajectory of such a life, sensing kinship in having also spent his days living for others. Tai Yung tries to pay, but the cook tells him the meal is his treat, explaining that he always honors those journeying back home. Chaolho chuckles quietly, finding the place's quirks to be endearing. As he departs, Tai Yung expresses gratitude and asks the chef to watch over the daring youth, yet Chaolho responds that such vigilance isn't needed. The young warrior is already a worthy guardian himself. With a contented smile, the old soldier acknowledges the truth, taking pride in the remarkable hunter Sang who has become. He nearly addresses him as his child but restrains himself and instead gently reassures Chaolho to let go of his worries. At last, with a farewell, he remarks that the visit was pleasant while the cook sends him off with his own warm goodbye. The captain makes his solitary way along the quiet road, moonbeams casting silvery light across his lonely journey through the night. Lingering in the doorway of the restaurant, Chaolho reflects quietly that veterans are not lost to time, they simply slowly disappear. Meanwhile, the scene changes to Tai Yung, racing along the expressway upon his bike, vanishing into the growing light of dawn. He finally arrives where he set out to go, doffing his helmet with a sense of tranquility and contentment. Gazing at his birthplace, he beams and declares, his voice trembling a bit with feeling, "I have returned." And elsewhere, Sanghu scales a mountain ridge, determined to pay homage to his master's memory. With emotion glistening in his eyes, Sanghu bids the elder goodbye, entreating him to be well. He then ignites his motorcycle and slips away into the forest shadows, tracing his own destiny. But unexpectedly, in that same quiet place, the small Gumho materializes, her glowing tails hovering in the air. She muses about the human who took his leave and the other who entrusted her with the glimmering magical stone. Greets her with a fresh, cheerful grin, Tai herself that being Zhang Cheon adorable is about appearing gentle and affable. She peers out over the luminous city and greets her fresh, charming companion, Tai Zhang Cheon. The scene turns suddenly and Chaolho is seen trapped inside a nightmare, haunted by the calling of his past name Marrow. Abruptly, he snaps awake, exclaiming, "I'll get through this." As he gulps for air, still his dream carries on and his image seems torn and reality begins to splinter all around him. He finds himself returned to his former world, taking up arms again as a knight confronting the Demon King and his vile commanders. One of the adversaries demands if he is the one who beckoned them into this bleak domain. A swirling sigil glows as the demon sends a spell his way, which the knight catches effortlessly with a bare palm. Through the surge of magic, he admits he cannot understand any utterance the creature makes. Then, clenching his hand, he breaks apart his armored glove, letting his strength burst forth. A dazzling violet radiance bursts from the rune's center, displaying the hidden strength within him. Inside his vision, Chaolho retaliates with an energy of shimmering gold, meeting the villain's purple enchantments. His fist cleaves through the enemy's spell shield, readying himself for the concluding clash. All at once Chaolho awakens with a jerk, his heart thumping wildly from the terror he just dreamt. He places a hand on his brow, still reeling as the chirping of birds outside reaches his ears. Yet, a disturbance from the living room startles him, and there lies Khan sprawled on the floor, eyes wide with dread at some unseen threat. Khan exclaims that his presence was as ominous as a killer's, and demands to know what he had planned. Chaolho quickly offers an apology, recognizing that the remnants of his nightmare had slipped out and unsettled the room without his intent. He sighs that a decade has passed since the war drew to a close, though ghosts of those days will not release their grip on him. He muses that his unsettling dreams might have been stirred by recent reports of the Great Spirit invasion, now an hour and 9 minutes past, but somehow suspicion crashes over him. Was it mere chance to relive the dawn he confronted the Demon King? As he gazes through the window, he doubts destiny will intertwine their fates yet again in this lifetime. Within the house, young Klee's voice seeks Chaolho while he stands with arms folded, utterly puzzled by her call. It's only when he glimpses the wall, now entirely covered in clumsy scribbles, that he's reminded just how very little she still is. Chaolho lowers himself to study her sketches, as Klee joyfully proclaims that today's meal is chicken. Pointing at one scrawl, he claims it is meant to be a chicken, only to leave the child looking bewildered by his guess. His finger moves to a different shape, pondering if it might portray a fish or perhaps a mermaid donning arms. He gently lifts her into his embrace, hoping to better converse with her tiny form. She nestles her face to his and softly murmurs, "Daddy," effortlessly melting all of Chaolho's hardened airs. With a playful bargain, he promises, "Erase all that from the wall and chicken will be your reward." Suddenly, Khan storms in, bellowing Chaolho's name and demanding to know what events transpired there. Sensing a perfect chance, Chaolho insists Khan teach Kuel the art of true tidying up. The exuberant little girl once again calls Chaolho daddy, and envy flickers across Khan's face at their special bond. Paying it no attention, Chaolho simply declares his intention to visit the market, entrusting the house to Khan's care as he heads out. The setting shifts to a lively thoroughfare, brimming with booths and people celebrating in a carnival-like spirit. There he's seen purchasing an impressive quantity of chicken, inwardly jesting about a particularly ravenous eater awaiting him. The seller remarks that fortune is on his side, since everywhere guests are swept up in today's joyous celebration. The vendor advises Chaolho to stroll over to the plaza. There awaits a performance unlike any other. All at once, the whir of metal reverberates as a mammoth machine stirs to life, followed by a colossus golem rising amid the crowd's animated cries of wonder at this marvel. Blending into the gathering, Chaolho quietly observes until a distant wave from Gabby catches his eye and calls his attention. As she draws closer, she reveals with a smile that she's come to witness the unveiling of the latest innovation, the ogre. She describes it as a golem driven by mana and able to be piloted, prompting Chaolho to recollect familiar encounters with these at some time earlier. He muses on the machine's prowess against enormous beasts, yet notes that their shortcomings are quite apparent. The foremost issue pertains to their sluggishness, making it impossible for them to strike nimble, tiny opponents. Intrigued, he inquires whether being pilotable implies an operator inside. It then dawns on Chaolho that the pilot is Gear Work, one of just 3 hunters of the first rank. We are informed that piloting requires the rare gift of withstanding the energy of mana. At that perfect moment, the pilot surfaces on the great screen, Hun Kim, the golem master, greeting the gathered spectators with an enthusiastic wave. Chaolho considers the invention impressive, though believes the costs overshadow any practical financial benefit. With little left to witness, he takes his leave from the lady, who queries if his eatery happens to be operating. Beaming, she remarks how glad she is to hear that and assures him she'll pay a visit one of these days. As the city's day draws to a gentle close and the last rays of sunlight fade, our protagonist at last heads home. Upon stepping inside, he discovers a spill of water and a peculiar figure gracing the living room, a water spirit or undine, lingering with little Keilu. Khan shows up, laughter in his voice, inquiring humorously about the sudden presence of this unfamiliar spirit. With grandeur, he proclaims that Kule's path has officially been established as that of an elementalist. The ruby-haired girl reveals that her mother was a blue dragon, thus explaining why she brought forth a water spirit. At that revelation, Kule embraces the Undyne, affectionately calling her mother and leaving Chaolho perplexed for exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes. Feeling the awkwardness, Khan wonders aloud if it is a high-grade spirit and receives immediate confirmation from Chaolho. He contemplates that it has been ages since he last saw a non-combat spirit. Their presence always strikes him as dreamlike. We discover that these spirits originate from another realm and are segregated into 4 unique categories. Suddenly, 4-dimensional gateways arise, revealing the enigmatic structure of their universe. They represented the domains of demons, spirits, Espan, and Earth, all linked by invisible threads. Chaolho simply stands amid it all, doing his best to absorb and make sense of the flood of revelations crowding his mind. Switching focus, he asks if Khan has bothered to show the young one how to tidy up after herself. Next, the Undyne manipulates her abilities and with Kule's help cleans every bit of mess in mere moments. Chaolho decides that now that she is awakened, it's the perfect opportunity for a small festivity in Kule's honor. Moving to the kitchen, he starts gathering what he'll need, peeling back the plastic that covered his prepared chicken. He dusts each piece with flour and declares that tonight's star dish is none other than fried chicken. They recount how, some 30 years ago, a frenzy for fried chicken swept in different styles. Once everything is set, he gently lowers the pieces into bubbling oil which swiftly crackles to life. Yet at their heart, every twist always began with the time-honored, simple version of fried chicken. As the meal appears, Khan is nearly overwhelmed by the irresistible aroma, while Klee readies herself to feast. The child greedily bites into a crunchy drumstick, thoroughly enjoying what feels like her first true meal. Chaolho quietly watches, studying her response to her first tastes. With sauce smeared across her cheeks, she exclaims in delight, swept away by the deliciousness. Seeing this, Khan shouts that patience has left him, declaring he must eat something right now. Yet Chaolho adopts a solemn tone, cautioning that where he comes from, fried chicken bears a person's spirit. His eyes going dark, he fixes Khan with a stare and asks, "Which piece do you choose first?" Flushed with nerves, the red-headed young man gulps, lost in the mounting expectation. He ultimately grabs the chicken neck, then questions aloud how such a selection could reveal anything about his nature. Noticing his discomfort, Chaolho bursts into laughter and admits it was just a joke, urging everyone to begin their meal. But Kule devours everything at lightning speed, leaving Khan with not even a morsel to try. Chaolho remarks that he expected such an outcome, taking hold of a cold beer and proclaiming that it far exceeds soju as a partner for chicken. With mugs raised high, they toast to another day well lived. Finally, Khan gets his first taste and can hardly believe it, letting out an amazed remark. Next, Chaolho expertly separates every bone from a wing, utterly stunning the redhead. As he complains about all the bones remaining, Chaolho finds the commotion hilarious, and all at once, a loud sound startles Kule, who turns toward the window, baffled. Suddenly, fireworks explode across the night, illuminating their faces and filling the room with surprise. Chaolho quickly deduces the festival is underway, whereas Khan jumps to thinking conflict has erupted. He scoops Kule up, soothing her quietly as he explains the colors outside are just fireworks. Gazing fondly at her joy, he muses that perhaps Kule has never gone outdoors, then wonders when her transformation will come. Khan states it won't take much longer, and Chaolho inquires if fire-breathing is in her future as well. With a lopsided grin, Khan confirms and confides that he's eagerly waiting for that moment to arrive. Last of all, he envisions buying her shoes and clothes, then one day accompanying her to see all the wonders of the world beyond. Elsewhere, the experiment on the latest golem endures, with a massive drill biting through steel, though the pilot grumbles that the apparatus feels overly heavy and the mana isn't flowing as it should. Weary Hun Kim, in charge of the machine, trudges into the changing room for some respite, only to be startled by a mysterious woman who points out that he's wandered into the men's quarters. He playfully mocks her, inquiring if her supposed agedness truly matches the nickname she bears. Hun Kim gripes about his empty stomach, but she assures him she's already chosen a promising place to dine. He makes another quip about her age, which she smoothly disregards, merely noting that the eatery is in Seoman. Switching topics, she mentions that Captain Cheon has stepped down, noting that Sang-gu is struggling with the news. Hunim admits it's unfortunate, but muses that the captain deserved some restful retirement after so long. Looking wistful, Gabby mourns the fact that she lacks a true hometown she might return to someday. Steering the conversation elsewhere, she inquires about the new mana stone, eliciting his remark on its extraordinary density. He acknowledges the gem hails from the newfound dungeon, but insists the locale harbors something deeply uncanny. Gabby clarifies there aren't any monsters. Instead, the heavens have begun to shimmer with unsettling hues. At that moment, a pendant pulses with light while the shadowed sky warns that something fateful is on its way. The viewpoint returns to our hero, who senses this surge and silently waits for the upcoming event. The faithful butler Kasim shares that he has been safeguarding the relics, especially since so many vanished during the conflict. In days past, dragons would quake in terror, fleeing as soon as Myrolycus was uttered. Now, Chaolho brandishes a censer and pronounces that there is indeed mana saturating the atmosphere. More hunters gather at the mine, swiftly coming to recognize the place's vast promise. Yet Chho feels his device falter and shatter, discerning that the local magical energy overpowers its limits. Suddenly, the sky is torn asunder by a vast fissure, giving grim testimony that calamity nears. The gap splits wide, unleashing a rush of crimson light and exposing a portal to another realm. From the depths, an immense metallic gate gradually becomes tangible, and soon from it lumber out a horde of grotesque creatures, monstrous in size and as furious as wild boars. On the ground, panic sweeps the hunters as their commander urgently demands that everyone form up for defense. He commands the laborers to be brought to safety, cautioning that these adversaries are advanced engines of battling prowess. The party rapidly constructs a web of arcane wards, bracing themselves for the bestial barrage, only for one captain to be overtaken by surprise, slammed directly by a creature. Catching sight of the imperiled captain, Sang-Hoo Kim launches a full-force rush to confront the monster head-on. Sang-Hoo Kim stands dumbfounded, struggling to accept the chaos erupting before his gaze. Using sheer might, the monstrous beings pound the earth, sending hunters hurtling through the air. Lost in confusion, pure terror overwhelms him as the clamor of combat rings all around. Suddenly catching sight of the horde's commander, he calls out for his squad to concentrate on aiding the injured. Above, the chieftain's core radiates a wicked force, laced with flickering lightning. Below, a trapped hunter finds himself encircled by foes, all avenues of escape lost. With a thunderous bellow, the beast crushes the defender's bulwark, toppling their protective line. Suddenly blindsided, another hunter cries out in agony as danger strikes from the rear. Cornered by necessity, the leader comprehends that an agonizing choice must be reached immediately. Weighing the possibility of withdrawal to safeguard the laborers, he contemplates abandoning the vanguard. Yet the specter of his lost companions presses on his spirit, binding him with indecision. He recalls an old man's words, a lesson on the sorrow of living a life filled with remorse. He ponders the number of times that elder faced dread and stood before choices like this. A powerful instinct urges him to flee this ferocious struggle, but deep inside, he recognizes escape is not an option. As that memory ebbs, he recognizes true courage means stepping ahead, even when gripped by fear. Instilled with fresh resolve, he promises to prove his value to the old captain. Raising his voice, "Wait for me, my friends, I'm leading the charge." Clutching his spear, he dashes ahead, undaunted into the oncoming swarm of towering foes. His assault becomes art, cleaving through waves of enemies at once with a lightning-wreathed spear. With unwavering resolve, he tirelessly forges forward through the turmoil, never pulling back. Yet as the battle drags on, he feels his mana completely drained in the heat of conflict. Still, their monstrous chief does not pause and presses forward, granting him no respite. At that, a comrade issues an urgent alert, prompting him to launch an energy blast at the threat. Standing alone before the formidable foe, he proclaims that his teammates are by his side, relying on his strength. Digging deep for what little force he has left, he clutches his spear, set to continue the fight. Though broken and battered, he bellows boldly, insisting he'll lead the way for all. With formidable strength, he launches himself forward, plunging downward with his spear directed unerringly for the colossal boar's crown. The strike meets its mark, unleashing a surge of violet energy that envelops the beast entirely. Such is the assault's might that it etches a gleaming pathway of energy right through the meadow. When it is over, drenched in crimson, he regards the faraway sky, eyes shining with unrestrained power. An exhilarating force courses within him, arcs of purple lightning racing across his frame. The captain calls everyone to fall back, yet a wary soldier tries to alert him to new peril, but the warning comes a breath too late. A second boss emerges from the portal, radiating malevolence. Utter disbelief freezes his thoughts as he is overtaken by shock at this unexpected turn. Drawing a deep breath, he issues a sharp command for withdrawal, boldly declaring that he alone will stand their ground. The monstrous foe bellows fiercely, confirming that two bosses now await them. Wounded and weary, he clings to hope that backup will come, determined simply to survive a little longer. Anxieties loom, assailing his resolve as he wonders how much endurance remains in him. Without warning, a bright radiance flares, briefly blinding all as a mysterious stranger materializes. Whirling around, the leader finds himself astounded at the arrival of this enigmatic figure. The young soldier, too, is paralyzed, unable to comprehend the newcomer's identity. At that very instant, the monsters begin crumbling into particles, dissolving in shimmer of azure light. The mystical force is so overwhelming that even the horde's master starts to fade away. With mere moments, emptiness claims the battleground, puzzling all present as every creature vanishes and ebony feathers lazily descend from above. Swiftly, the leader races to aid his stricken companion, inquiring whether he is able to rise. The younger fighter stands and assures him he's all right, save for some minor bruises after the close call. With the threat past, the leader clutches his arm and insists they must withdraw for now. He steadies his ally as they move, loudly calling out that they must escape the dungeon while opportunities remain. Nonetheless, as he surveys the now silent field, unease grows because he cannot make sense of what took place. From a higher vantage, our protagonist observed the drama unfold, quietly reflecting on the events. With a gentle breath, he recalls a promise. He was asked to watch over that daring youth during combat. Settling upon the precipice, he muses on how he preserved lives, though now a new enigma is undoubtedly born. Meanwhile, the warrior observes that his commander, previously at the second rank, now emanates a greater strength. With a gentle grin, Chiho concludes that this battle has crowned the youth as Korea's 4th rank 1 hunter. Yet abruptly his stomach gives a thunderous protest, reminding him of his hunger. Gazing out at the fading sunlight, he decides that securing a meal will be his first order of business. Suddenly, the focus shifts and we see him kindling a small grill to ready his evening meal. Accompanied by Khan, he grumbles that the flames are feeble and urges patience. At that moment, Chaolho arrives, arms piled high with firewood, leaving Khan wide-eyed with astonishment at the sight. Staring at Chaolho, Khan reflects it took him half a century to hone his own skills. Without warning, little Klee approaches the blaze, filling Khan with fear. Wearing an innocent expression, she cocks her head and inquires if that's the famed fire. Next, she calls upon Unani once more, conjuring a magical circle before the gathered crowd. The water spirit raises its arm, poised to invoke its power and quench the flames. Suddenly, it sends forth a deluge, drowning the grill and soaking those nearby. Now that the fire has died, Chaolho sighs and announces that he will gather more firewood to begin anew. Tonight's feast is remarkable, a barbecue cooked from the belly of the defeated boss boar. As Khan tries to seize a morsel, Chaolho halts him, asking him to wait just a moment longer. Then Chaolho demonstrates the best method to savor it, nestling the meat inside a fresh lettuce leaf. The red-haired man samples it in wonder, exclaiming that the flavor is extraordinary. While tending the food, Chaolho inquires whether Khan is still investigating the local dungeons. He proceeds to mention that he encountered a pack of battle boars in the Manhwa mine earlier, and he notes that they were strangely hostile and their tusks unlike any from Espawn. To complicate matters, the portal's energy was unfamiliar, which renders Khan utterly silent. Chaolho nods grimly, declaring that its possible Earth is now tethered to a different realm. It becomes apparent that an even greater phenomenon is occurring, as countless portals connect across the cosmos. The perspective shifts next to the headquarters of the National Hunters Association. Amidst the recent turmoil within, the team scrutinizes an astonishing report about the recent incursion in the Anayan dungeon. Sang-Hoo Kim recounts how, following a brilliant flash, every monster vanished from sight. His superior notes the same report arrived from another team, puzzled by the events, then shifts topics to praise the hunter for ascending to master status. Pleased by the announcement, the new top-ranked individual cuts right to the chase and asks about a possible pay raise, but promptly laments that he won't even have a moment to enjoy it. His superior offers him some personal leave instead. With his teammates in mind, he turns down the gesture and requests that the authorization for additional compensation be extended to his entire crew. Afterward, the chief inquires about his subsequent class and he responds with iron heart. They explain this particular class allows one to gain an extra life and fortify their defenses to incredible levels. He tightens his grip, musing that, upon mastering this skill, he will become more unyielding than any metal. Remembering the fight, he reflects that with this new ability, he could have granted his allies more opportunities. The chief concurs with his decision and allows him to leave, mentioning the inquiry isn't over yet. As he departs, he casually calls the chief Gramps, prompting a grumble about how these days youth know nothing of respect. Alone in the lift, he contemplates that the unknown radiance felt more welcoming than sinister. He wonders if the flash he witnessed was an odd occurrence or genuine assistance. The hunter comes to realize that the link between both episodes is an astonishing, never-before-seen force. Ultimately, their only recourse is to wish that such a tremendous power never works against them. The narrative returns to the barbecue, where there's grilled meat ready and a soju bottle corked at the table. As the evening is about to commence, someone pours out the clear liquor into a small cup in preparation. Khan takes a taste and invites Chaolho over, signaling that it's time for a more earnest dialogue. He inquires whether the demon king Chaolho faced was honestly so formidable. Chaolho remarks the strength was unreal but confidently asserts he surpassed him regardless. Khan then questions if there is any hatred harbored towards his former adversary, right as the flames at the cookout leap higher. Through a recollection, Chaolho relates that those offering him support were slain by the enemy's forces. With immense strength at his disposal, he resolved to stand against and vanquish the Demon King's legions. However, the battle dragged on in brutal, endless conflict, leaving him utterly alone and friendless in the aftermath. Anger burning in his eyes, he admits that his disdain for the Demon King knows no bounds within his spirit. The narrative displays him casting astonishing spells, eventually being crowned sovereign of that realm. In the end, he finally confronted his foe, questioning if this was the fabled Demon King. Back then, he sought to know who was responsible for calling him to such a barren domain. Returning to now, he reveals the Demon King had similarly been drawn into that world. Khan appears a little bewildered by the tale, but Ko verifies it is completely truthful. He elaborates that the situations mirrored each other, while Khan seems skeptical that anyone could conjure forth a Demon King. Growing ever curious, the red-haired listener then inquires how, after all those trials, Ko managed to return to his home world. In a memory sequence, it's depicted that for a decade he searched without results, only to one day see a gate open right before him, through which gleamed the silhouettes of familiar high-rises. He concludes his saga, affirming that this was the path of his return and swearing every word is truly so. Chaolho reacts with surprise at this, as Khan assures him he wholeheartedly believes what he says. Seated beside the flames, the flame-haired man expresses again his steadfast faith in his companion's tale. Chaolho rises, and Khan remarks that he must have endured much on his own. With a wistful grin, Chaolho simply agrees, his mind flickering back over old hardships. On this note, they raise their glasses in a toast, and Chaolho admits his lingering hatred for the Demon King. Yet sympathy wells up in him too, for he knows firsthand the anguish of suddenly being cast into an unfamiliar world. Ultimately, he reflects, it was a harsh and isolating solitude that seized them both. He shares how remnants of those times haunt him in dreams, where the specter of his former self, Myro Luz, is ever present. Within those nightmares, he relives the conflicts and the deep ache of losing those dearest to him. Such sorrow gripped his heart like an endless heavy nail, incessant torment that refused to fade. To find any rest, he sought oblivion at the bottom of a bottle, desperate to forget his relentless reality. He reasons that had he possessed less resilience, the pain might have already unraveled his sanity. Then comes the moment where he startles awake, uncertain if madness has truly set in. Relief spills over him at recognizing the scene as only a dream, and then he notes Chaolho dozing soundly atop his lap. The small one was nestled tight, slumbering contentedly, wrapped in a soft blanket. Catching sight of this sweet vignette, he feels serenity return, watching the gentle rhythm of peaceful sleep. Carefully, he relocates her onto the bed, musing as to how their paths merged in dream's embrace. Next, his gaze finds Khan, who once again has managed to twist himself into another outlandish sleeping pose. He lets out a low laugh, thinking this was simply another calm, ordinary morning. Without further ado, he makes his way down the tavern stairs, prepared for the rites of a new day's labor. Suddenly addressed as young man by an old fellow, he glances back, confused at the unseen summons. He spots the elder below and calls out, checking whether the call was truly intended for him. A senior lady shuffles up, seeking directions to something called the orang train. He wonders to himself if such a train could possibly exist. As she mutters about young people and wanders off grumbling about the state of the world, Chaolho is left baffled. Since she's an unknown face to him, he chooses to postpone pondering the train and instead readies himself to unlock the restaurant, shelving the riddle for later. He launches into his morning preparations, scrubbing the bar and honing his beloved kitchen knives until gleaming. He wipes the surface with a clean rag, making sure everything shines in anticipation of hungry guests. At that moment, the door swings open and the day's first patron steps in, greeting him warmly. Jae-woo Choi takes a seat at the counter, eager to know what today's recommendation might be. Chaolho mentions he's still preparing but offers to quickly make some fried rice. As rain suddenly begins to fall, the customer remarks that the season of showers has officially begun. Letting the small talk drift by, he busies himself with cooking, suspecting the patron knows of the mining incident. He presents the meal, and the customer comments on Granny Erang wandering around the neighborhood. The man tells him she is an elderly woman who gathers recyclables, revealing Chaolho was unaware of her. Chiho then acknowledges seeing her earlier, wrapped in a scarf even though the temperature was sweltering. Jeloho points out that she asked questions about the train, to which the customer replies that her query remains a mystery to everyone. As he finishes his meal, the guest explains that people of her era suffered great losses and never truly healed. Jae-woo Choi steps out into the rainfall to bid farewell, suggesting gently that sometimes it is best to let her be. As he gazes at the water streaming down, Chiho muses that though years march on, the truth felt in one's heart is eternal. He ponders how this land still bears the imprints of torment left by earlier days. Ultimately, he comes to see that many who come by, and the old woman, continue to bear their wounds even now. The narrative now turns to Chaolho, who starts his morning by absent-mindedly brushing his teeth in the washroom. Without warning, a thought strikes him and he hurriedly spits foam into the basin. Darting into the lounge, he finds Khan offering words of encouragement to Chaolho, glowing softly as she struggles to transform. Soon, her cerulean aura falls away, and it seems that at last the change is concluding. Yet she only returns to her endearing original silhouette, prompting Khan to label the attempt unsuccessful. Curious, Chaolho wonders if there's a hidden secret to it, but Khan remarks that beginning is always the toughest part. Inspiration suddenly dawns on Chiho. Perhaps adorning the tiny being in clothes might help, so he grabs a stray set and dresses QLE. The garments envelop her completely, leaving him imagining she must look about 5 years old. Moments later, Chaolho is shining once again, but this time her blue radiance has intensified. Waves of energy surge outward from her as the transformation now takes real effect. When at last her glow recedes, she is revealed in the form of a small human child at last. Chaolho finds himself speechless in awe. Awestruck by the discovery and filled with delight, the little one rushes into his arms, calling out to him, her voice sweet as she calls him father. But at the midway point, she loses her balance and, slipping on the smooth floor, would have fallen when Cho swiftly springs into action and catches Chaolho just before she touches the ground. Gleeful, her face instantly lights up with another huge smile, calling him daddy once more as she eagerly reveals her baby teeth in pride. Remaining on one knee, hands cradling hers, he stays there quietly, his mind still reeling as he tries to piece together what just unfolded. Khan sweeps the small child up in the aftermath, exclaiming with joy and shouting that she finally achieved her goal. Proudly boasting about his young sister, Khan is gently reprimanded by Chaolho, who reminds him she's not ready to venture outside yet. Chaolho instructs Khan to fetch suitable clothing for her while he himself makes his way to start preparing a meal. Suddenly, the scene shifts to outdoors where rain starts to pour forcefully from the sky. Descending the steps underneath his umbrella, Chaolho contemplates which dishes he might create using the remaining food. Amidst the drizzling rain, he comes across the same elderly woman standing patiently in his path. Drawing nearer, she asks politely if she could pause a while to escape the sudden storm. He offers her refuge inside, but she gently refuses the tea, stating she must continue on her way despite the shower. Finding her reply oddly compelling, he observes that her accent seems to have disappeared in an instant. Without further words, the elderly woman turns, ready once again to brave the relentless rainfall. Yet Chaolho intervenes, pressing his umbrella into her hands so she won't be drenched beneath the clouds. Just as she moves on, she calls over her shoulder, asking if he offers black bean noodles there. He tells her he's uncertain he has what's needed, but promises to return inside and have a look. Turning away, Chaolho unlocks the restaurant's door, intent on re-entering his bustling kitchen. When he glances back outdoors, he sees that the elderly woman has already faded into the rainfall, her cart trailing behind. Staying in the doorway, he reflects on the oddity of that encounter, his mind full of questions. As the rain pounds on, a television alert announces warnings about dangerous creatures from the water. It's detailed that a frequently seen monster, called the Kelpie, gains remarkable power when the rains fall. Suddenly, Hun Kim bangs his mug on the table, shouting Chaolho's name desperately. Red-cheeked from drink, he seeks advice for impressing a woman and then confesses quietly that, truthfully, he only dated once before finding himself in another realm. He recalls, as if from another lifetime, being rescued by an enigmatic woman within a labyrinth many years ago. Chaolho muses aloud that powerful women have their own allure. The pilot, in turn, agrees while taking another drink. Lost in memory, Chaolho quietly notes to himself that he can relate to the young man's feelings. The same fate once befell him. He thinks of the mightiest and most compassionate figure he ever met, the legendary Myro Leica of the past. The recollection of that woman awakens a deep current within him, tugging forth emotions long dormant. Hun Kim goes on, observing that, though she may come off as distant, it's precisely this aloofness that makes her enchanting to him. Chaolho wonders aloud if he means the woman who once rescued him, but Hun Kim waves it off, clarifying that she is more like a maternal figure in his life. He shares that the young woman he truly desires is dismissive of him, having even gone so far as to threaten his life. Annoyed, he pounds his fist on the table, lamenting that her affection is directed at Sangu, which he finds illogical. With a gentle grin, Chaolho comforts him and assures him that his confidence is safe. Hunim requests another beer just as the radio relays news of work beginning at the Tomb of Rest. The broadcast leaves Chaolho motionless, his mind wandering as silence settles around him. When the pilot inquires about the tomb, he's told it serves as the resting place for those lost before. Due to the overwhelming number of deaths, the remains were cremated, their names carved on the tomb. Chaolho appears to grasp the gravity of things when an abrupt knock interrupts from the restaurant's doorway. In strides a blonde huntress who introduces herself grandly as the Queen of Blades, Yuna Lee. Even without a word from her, Hun Kim instinctively faces her, having sensed her intent already. Swiftly, without pause, she seizes him by the collar, her grip strong and completely surprising him. Her piercing glare conveys anger as she demands if he is back to drinking, leaving the pilot momentarily dumbfounded. She reprimands him to quit acting out, but even collapsed on the ground, he can't help being drawn to her fierceness. Fire blazing in her gaze, it's obvious her wrath has merely been sparked. As she hauls him from the room, the pilot calls his thanks to Chaolho for the hospitality, while Yuna adds hers in turn. Stepping onto the rain-swept street, he points out she's getting soaked and urges her to take shelter under the umbrella. Annoyed, she tells him to be quiet as several shimmering blades materialize, only to dissolve in the falling rain. Observing this, Chaolho contemplates her title as Queen of Blades, recognizing the chaos he'll have to manage. Then the purpose of her visit comes to him. The Kelpies have lately grown dangerously belligerent. He sinks into troubled reflection, uneasy premonition settling as the monster threat looms. The relentless downpour mirrors his dread, for he senses a grave calamity lies just ahead. Back in his kitchen once more, he discovers little Chaolho quietly attempting to pilfer supplies from the fridge. He lifts her up with a grin, playfully accusing her of being a mischievous little bandit. The child nestles into his embrace and calls him Dad, though he catches sight of her waving tail lingering behind. He muses over the inevitable moment when she'll have to go back to a spawn and ponders the meaning behind her story. Echoing his words, Klee demonstrates she is gradually picking up speech. Warmth spreading through him, he promises while hugging her close to look after her well until that day arrives. All of a sudden, the door to the eatery swings wide and a surprising guest enters. With mild astonishment at an early visitor, he places Chaolho gently down and reminds her to stay quiet. The elderly woman he had seen previously steps in, expressing her pleasure that the place is now open. She requests a serving of black bean noodles, inquiring about how long she'll have to wait. He grows wary, noting her changed accent and how she appears rather dissimilar from before. To confirm his suspicions, he activates his unique skill and opens the detecting eye to examine her. Within the window, he observes she remains unquestioningly unawakened, completely ordinary. Nevertheless, his skill also reveals in the observations section that she is in fact suffering from dementia. Solemnly, he contemplates how even powerful restorative magic cannot mend the wounds hidden deep within one's mind. He considers that if it truly could, his own haunting dreams would have disappeared long ago. Resigning himself, he figures the kindest act is to provide a satisfying meal. Right then, the ever-curious little Chaolho pokes her head out, eyeing their newest patron over the top of the counter. Standing rooted, the small girl gazes at the customer with wide, inquisitive eyes. To her surprise, the old woman returns her stare, equally intrigued by the peculiar child. Chaolho then approaches, her tail swishing excitedly, causing Chaolho to tense. Worry sweating from him, he is left to wonder about her unpredictable antics. The elder is baffled, pondering just what this strange little being could be. Chaolho feels a little nervous as the woman questions why such an odd puppy is present. She then lifts the diminutive creature, remarking how adorable she is, reminiscent of her beloved old dog. When the girl introduces herself as Chaolho, the lady cannot hide her amazement that the child can speak. At that moment, Khan hurries up, puzzled to find Klee with a human, as Chaolho quietly beholds the situation for a moment to judge its safety, then reassures Khan, asking him to watch over the shop if more people come by. Content that everything is now as it ought to be, he turns his focus to preparing the black bean noodles for their guest. A note is made that this meal once was common, yet now it has become difficult to obtain. Many required ingredients, such as the traditional pastes, are now extremely difficult to prepare from the very beginning, thus making it a challenging endeavor. Given the lady's urgency, he opts to use instant noodles, saving much-needed time. He sets about frying the chun jang in his pan, letting its essence char and permeate into a smoky paste. While the pasta simmers, he blends the sauce with slices of meat and onions, letting the mixture stew gently. Thus, the creation Big Pig's signature black bean noodles is at last prepared for the waiting plate. He carries the meal to the table as the elder woman delights in playing with little Chaolho. All at once, the old lady recalls that she must hurry home, her grandson expecting her. At that moment, Chaolho turns around and swiftly begins retrieving several items from behind the bar. Soon, he hands the woman a container perfectly packed for takeaway, advising her gently to avoid any mishap which could spoil it. Overflowing with gratitude, she presses a bundle of cash into his palm for the food. Chaolho, drawn aback, notices the money is of an old variety, bills he hasn't handled in ages. He bids the woman farewell as little Chaolho cheerfully waves at him. Later, we learn that Grandma Yang began making regular visits after that day. Every day, she would deliver the noodles to a different recipient. Sometimes for her husband, other days for her grandson, but the bowl she borrowed never returned, although he knew this wasn't done with ill intent. He merely went about acquiring a fresh stack of bowls in town, finding no need to voice any grievance. The narrative shifts and we see Chaolho strolling thoughtfully down the street. He continues onward and arrives before an establishment named Resting Grave. Stepping inside, he notices a pair quietly mourning beside one of the tombs. He exhales, realizing it cannot be the grave of his own parents, for they lie elsewhere. Moments later, he comes across the elderly woman and calls her to a halt, informing her that she is, in fact, within a graveyard. He explains she shouldn't bring meals here as it might summon insects, nor should she in the cold rest overnight. At that moment, a watchman appears, informing her that everything abandoned will be discarded. Chaolho casts his gaze sideways, wearing the look of someone who has perceived an unusual detail. He catches sight of a small, improvised tent and wonders quietly if the older lady has been residing here. Peering in, a portrait perched within catches his eye, a memory faded almost beyond recognition. The woman then steps into her modest tent, her smile tender yet tinged with sorrow as she sits down. With delicate movements, she retrieves the picture frame resting atop an old chest. She proceeds to tenderly dust off the glass, her thoughts drifting back to days long ago. Witnessing this, Chaolho muses about how smiles do not always align with joy. He recognizes that people often wear a smile as a mask for sorrow, the very thing he himself had done so many times. Lost in contemplation, he turns away and trudges slowly from the silent grave. In an instant, the scenery transforms as thick rain starts tumbling heavily from the heavens. Meanwhile, back at the eatery, little Klee squeals with delight by the window, enchanted by the downpour. Khan remarks that they need to find apparel for her but laments that the marketplace has closed due to the shower. Yet Kal cannot help but press her tongue to the glass, and Chaolho observes she relishes rain as any blue dragon would. All of a sudden, a broadcast crackles to life. Kelpies are prowling because of the heavy storm. The warning resounds again and again, affirming that the threat is real. Without delay, Chaolho asks Khan to care for their home as he readies himself to depart. With one swift vault, he clears the banister, a deep unease gnawing at him. At that moment, a surge of violet energy bursts from his frame and speeds like lightning across the sky toward the town. Wrapped in a shadowy aura, he cuts through the curtain of rain, hurtling ahead with haste. His face was steeped in worry, the dreadful intuition within him spelling nothing good. The perspective pivots to the elderly woman, now found perched on a bench at a train depot, entirely bewildered. With some effort, she rises, scanning her surroundings, puzzled by the mystery of her arrival. Spotting a station sign, clarity dawns. She has at last come upon the long-sought Rang railway stop. Right then, as if on cue, a train clatters up to the platform, filling the air with clangor. It halts directly in front of her, its doors opening in a hiss. Outlined by blinding lights, the eerie silhouette of a man emerges from within the carriage. This stranger offers his hand, a gesture that leaves her strongly perplexed. The unknown figure beckons, extending an invitation for her to follow and board. Giggling, she teases that he may be well-dressed, but the scent of manure still lingers. Just then, a youngster appears at her side, who she instantly recognizes as her beloved grandson Yoonho. However, staring at him, she notices an uncanny oddity in the boy's face. The world swims before her eyes, dread seizing her as she finds herself incapable of recalling his features. It is then revealed that her memories have deserted her, blurred as old sepia memories. The illusion collapses. The old woman is once again on her own, her clothes heavy and wet with rain. Like a faded monochrome image, it hits her that her memory has failed anew. Unexpectedly, luminous blue hooves crash into a puddle before her. A horse appears, peril advancing. It nears and sniffs its target intently before pouncing. The beast reveals gaping jaws, intent on devouring the helpless woman. Yet Chaolho arrives in the nick of time, obliterating the creature's head with a blaze of energy. Soaked in rain, he stands tall, certain now that his uneasy premonition was justified. The shattered ceramic dishes catch his eye. It becomes clear the monster sniffed her out due to rotting food. Chaolho hears an urgent cry. Grandma Arang is at the graveyard in the storm's heart. his demeanor turns somber in an instant, fully aware of what must be done. In that instant, the champion dashes toward her just as a band of hunters bursts onto the scene. Their commander appears perplexed, for he could have sworn a kelpie was coming together right nearby. Yet, glancing down, he notices the residue and the mana stone, which shows the beast had truly been present. Song-Hoo Kim examines the remains thoughtfully, musing that a being of such magnitude would wield immense strength. He tightens his fist, deeply troubled, pondering if that mysterious force has intervened yet again. Nonetheless, the gathering chooses to escort the elderly lady to someplace safer. While being helped along, she is plagued by a bad dream and utters her grandson's name, Yunho, aloud. Even lost in sleep, tears slip down her cheeks, betraying the heartache that lingers within her. The view settles on the toppled photograph's frame, as a faint, spectral voice beckons the woman to depart. Its glass splintered, the photo beneath clearly shows the visage of her late husband. Soon, hours glide by and night's blanket cloaks the city in quiet, smothering every sound. Elsewhere, in his restaurant, Chaolho catches an unexpected noise and swivels in greeting, only to find the old woman from the graveyard suddenly appearing in the entrance. She calmly explains that the bowls were broken and apologizes for the inconvenience as she presents him with replacements. He then observes she's donned a new outfit, a fresh garment that's both different and beautiful. Intrigued by her change in dress, he wonders aloud if she plans on going somewhere. Peacefully, she reassures him yes, she was departing. With this, Chaolho pauses, solemnly eyeing the shopping bag she brought. He begs her indulgence before she steps away, inviting her to share one final meal together. Without awaiting her reply, he turns to the sink with resolve. Preparing to cook, he inquires gently if black bean noodles suit her taste, and she accepts with a nod. He reaches for the instant noodles, only to pause midway, changing his mind. Spinning around, he asks if she has any urgency, to which she replies in the negative. Beaming, he assures her a short wait remains, then smacks dough energetically on the counter, intent on handcrafting fresh noodles for her. Normally, homemade noodles should rest, but this day afforded little time. Instead, he sliced the dough more thickly, guaranteeing superior bite. Before long, he sets down the mound of steaming noodles, amazing the woman with how swiftly he moved. A sumptuous aroma drifts above the table, promising even greater flavor than before. Shio stands close, quietly waiting as she gazes at her bowl, wordless. In that moment, she begins to reminisce, saying she had once toiled on a farm alongside her family. Times were harsh and racing, yet happiness filled her days and she found deep contentment there. Her spouse treated her well, and thanks to him, she even picked up an urban lilt in her speech. Every week, they'd bring their grandson to the town's heart, sharing bowls of black bean noodles. A melancholic expression softens her face as she concludes, lost in the warm glow of memories that have slipped into the past. Seeing their grandson enjoy a meal brought them immense joy, their faces lit up with endless smiles. Now those faces dear to her, her husband's and even her grandchildren's, fade from her memory. She admits her wish to hold tight to those recollections, but they continue to dissolve around her, leaving her unsettled. Just then, a bright child's voice calls, "Daddy," seizing the attention of all present. In a flash, a tiny figure dashes across, feet wrapped in playful cat shoes. Young Chaolho sprints over and clings to the elderly woman, greeting her as grandma in her sweet, childish accent. With affection, the grandmother asks if she might share her noodles with this little visitor. Chaolho beams warmly and assures her he will make a fresh bowl, especially for the child. With care, Chaolho presents the dish to Chaolho while the grandmother tenderly watches the child's delight. Eagerly, the little girl invites her grandma to enjoy some noodles too, insisting with shining eyes. Emboldened, the old woman reaches for her chopsticks, finally poised to savor her food. Yet just before tasting her first bite, she hesitates, a faraway look clouding her features. Noticing the pause, Chaolho questions whether grandma will sample her portion. Without lingering, the youngster starts eating, proclaiming with delight how her papa cooks marvelously. This sight rekindles a spark in the elderly woman, as though an important recollection returned to her in that instant. She gently echoes the girl's praise, turning toward the starlit window to say the noodles truly are delicious. Once the meal is finished and the bowls left empty, she asks to settle her bill. As she rises, Chaolho wonders if she is leaving so soon, She confirms with a nod, gazing one last time through the glass and explaining that her next train is about to depart. Picking up on her meaning, Chaolho offers a mournful smile and reminds her about the payment. He tells her the meal is a gift, leaving her momentarily puzzled. Chaolho clarifies that whenever a traveler sets out on a new journey, he always provides them with special kindness. Understanding dawns mingled with sorrow, and she accepts the kindness he's offered her. With deep gratitude, she bids him farewell and encourages him to look after himself in her absence. There are countless roads we walk, the laboring father hoping to give his daughter a bright tomorrow, the seasoned soldier choosing a quieter life after the tumult of war, or the lover wholly dedicated to the one they cherish. Yet on this day, the journey belongs to her alone. Tiny Klee waves goodbye to her grandmother beneath a sky streaked with falling stars, while Chaolho offers his final parting. As the scene unfolds, the station is revealed, the train already beginning to roll away, horn crying out as she's left behind. Overcome, she sprints along the edge of the platform, imploring the train not to leave. She runs so urgently that her shoe slips away and she questions the reason for her frantic pursuit. Panting and desperate, she pushes onward, pleading with all her heart for just a moment's more delay. Then suddenly, a voice she knows so well rings out. "Mom!" The old woman stands motionless with surprise. Pressed against the windows, several figures beckon her, voices bursting, "Mom!" At last, she identifies her eldest daughter, her middle son, and her youngest. They have been waiting for her all along. And in that moment, she finds herself gazing at her cherished grandson, who greets her joyfully, calling out "Grandma" with a beaming grin. Suddenly, a cascade of recollections pours over her, becoming more vivid and distinct within her thoughts. Once more, the train halts, its doors parting to unveil her husband waiting beyond. Gently, he addresses her, "My dear," his voice soft as he confides just how deeply he has missed her, acknowledging the hardship she has withstood. Stretching out his hand, he invites her to join them at last. With radiant contentment lighting her features, she embraces his offer wholeheartedly, hesitation forgotten. Yet the vision fades, returning us to the quiet cemetery as the guard rushes anxiously to her body, calling her name. He tries to stir her awake, urgency in his motions, but soon understands she has quietly slipped away for good. With a gentle, sorrowful smile, he comprehends the truth and lapses into a respectful hush. His mind wanders back to how often she inquired about that train, and now, at last, she has secured her passage. Just then, something unusual catches his eye. An offering left atop her resting place. A bowl of noodles rests with payment placed beside it, a tender farewell bestowed in its stead. Surveying the guard, Chaolho ponders how unstoppable a resolve to depart can be when the hour has come. He realizes that, at times, simply continuing life can become the heaviest burden of all. Next, the narrative carries us to the Zengkok office situated in Seoul. Behind his desk, Song-Hoo Kim ruminates over the latest happenings, retracing the threads between names and events. A peculiar sensation tells him something out of the ordinary is unfolding in the city, forces at play that surpass mere mortals. This mysterious presence skulks unseen, silent and hidden, enacting its will while escaping notice. And oddly, despite everything, this power does not seem driven by any malevolent purpose. Abruptly, it dawns on him, there is one particular individual with the means to orchestrate such feats. Speculation rises. Could it be that after a decade in the void, the formidable hunter Georger has emerged once more? Yet he personally bore witness to Georger's last heroic act, flinging himself with a monster into a swirling rift, saving all present. While the world still clings to hope for his survival, those inside the association accept that he would never come back. Well, unless the association really has kept secret a rank 0 hunter. His patience frayed, Sang-Hoo Kim tosses the papers aloft, a picture of exasperation and indecision. Since that turmoil at the mine, ever more imposing monsters have surged out of long-dormant dungeons. It all has the makings of an ominous overture auguring a renewed, immense assault, sending unease lurking in his heart. He turns his attention toward the most urgent concern and lifts the dossier detailing the matter that currently demands his attention the most. Within the confidential dossier lies information on Shin Ryo, who happens to be the younger sibling of the famed hunter Georger. The perspective moves to the National Hunter Association, a grand structure dominating the city's landscape. Within its halls, an assistant delivers fresh graduate reports to her superior for assessment. He peruses the documents, noting the backgrounds of the 3 rookies regarded as the most outstanding graduates. The leading candidate is Mijin Kim, a third-rank healer whose academic performances have always set her apart. Barely 17, she is the beloved daughter of the culinary deity, now counted among Sanghas's companions. Still, the supervisor observes that the current lineup already includes a healer, prompting him to redirect her placement to a separate team. Following her is Junyoung Lee, a 20-year-old magic user of fire, celebrated for his extraordinary destructive strength. Arrangements are made to transfer the Flamecaster, yet the official quickly becomes uneasy about the last name presented. The final contender, often a source of trouble, is Shin Ryu, a fighter of secondary rank gifted with lycanthropic powers. Such skill has granted him the moniker Warwolf, a title hinting at the vast promise he bears within. His first notable trait is his relation as the younger brother to the seasoned hunter Georger. Secondly, for reasons perhaps all his own, he insisted on receiving an assignment in Seo Demun. Overwhelmed, the superior lets out a weary breath. Conflicts were erupting already. The boy had stirred up fights among numerous captains. The assistant describes his boldness in overcoming several unit leaders before confidently proceeding to his preferred station. Exasperated, the leader mutters under his breath about the youth's attitude, wondering aloud who these days tries to resolve matters through confrontation. Meanwhile, the city vibrated with typical activity as townsfolk hurried along paths intersecting in all directions. Lost in thought about preparing stir-fried pork, Chaolho realizes he has run out of the essential meat for his dish. Upon visiting the butcher, a variety of choices appear, yet he finds it odd that pork of such fine quality is suddenly abundant. He recalls the very same beasts inhabiting the mines and grows apprehensive about their potential presence beyond, within the city limits. With this concern heavy in his mind, he makes a note to further inquire into this development when he has the chance. Walking home, his gaze lingers on a boutique window where a particular dress captures his attention. Stepping inside, he queries the shopkeeper if this attire would be suitable for a 5-year-old child. Smiling warmly, he affirms the purchase is meant as a present for a young girl, his thoughts gently turning to Klee. Unexpectedly, a booming voice rings across the avenue. Someone is calling out the captain of the Temple Guild. It was Shin Ryu howling for a figure called Hikang to appear and face him on the spot. Upon hearing that name, Chiho recalls that's the recently appointed captain, stepping in for the former veteran. He wonders about the identity of the fair-haired youth, but his musings are cut short as the new arrival brusquely pushes past him. With confident bravado, Shinryu presents himself, declaring that he refused the association's offer just to become a guild member. Cho is taken aback by this display, sighing inwardly about how excessively noisy the younger generations have become. Just then, a guildmate leans through the window to inform the brash rookie the captain has told him to leave. Undeterred, Shinryu remains where he is, wearing a teasing grin. He bursts into raucous laughter and proclaims the Temple Guild evidently fears a newcomer like him. At that moment, a blast rings out. Someone finally arrives. Captain Hakang stands revealed, demanding to know who's creating all this chaos. From his vantage, Kilo notes the captain's formidable presence. The captain brushes it all off, dismissing the uproar as nothing but a youthful outburst. He turns aside, clearly uninterested, and instructs the boy to go home, claiming he won't waste his efforts on the likes of him. The young man mocks, only a fox remains after the tiger departs his throne, provoking the captain's ire. Noticing Hakang's back turned, Shin Ryu charges forth, taunting, "Are you planning to flee, Captain?" With striking speed, the captain's blade is at Shinryu's face. Fuming, he threatens to silence the braggart while Shinryu's eyes light up. Now this is a real match. Transforming before their eyes, he lunges for the attack, claws extended, teeth bared, committed to giving it his all. As a werewolf, he dashes forth with a thunderous howl, targeting Captain Hakang's throat. But from nowhere, a violet force whips across the battlefield, catching the captain entirely off guard. It's Sang-Hoo Kim, letting out a soft sigh and lamenting his inability to find even a moment's tranquility in this city. Sang-Hoo's spear strikes the earth between them, stopping the fight in its tracks and leaving everyone startled. He hollers at them to quit it, while Chaolho quietly observes, reflecting on the fiery spirits of the youthful. Much like green shoots after a welcome rain, the new generation of hunters is finally taking its place. In due course, all three arrive together at the restaurant entrance to Chaolho's astonishment. He greets the trio, steeling himself for whatever their arrival might bring. Taking note of their battered faces, he wonders aloud if they'd come to blows, to which Sang-Hoo responds they resolved matters hand to hand. Bowing in concession, the captain admits skill surpassed mere brawn, sparking Chaolho's interest anew. Without the formality, they gather around a table and are quick to ask for both soju and a meal. Chaolho mentions the daily special, stir-fried pork, which Sang-Hoo accepts at once. The secret lies in pan-frying generously sliced pork in sizzling oil, audiences are told. A proper stir-fried pork dish ought to be generous with meat, not overrun with vegetables. He crafts 5 servings for the 3 diners, flavoring the meal with a sauce of garlic and chili. Their magnificent pork stir-fry arrives, its impressive size stunning the newcomer, yet this tranquility is destined not to last. With a soft exhale, Shin Ryu places headphones over his ears. Sang-Hoo declares he'll cover the tab and instructs the captain to sort out the remaining chaos. Chaolho takes his leave, feeling irritated that after preparing 5 servings, Sang-Hoo simply abandons the scene. Head bowed, the rookie confesses his defeat and offers to join the guild, but the captain pours more into his glass and refuses, leaving the newcomer stunned. He orders the rookie not to fool himself, believing his small reality to be the whole world. Seriously, the captain instructs him that he must discover he's not so exceptional after all. Finishing his words, he quietly departs, abandoning them in their seats. Chaolho lingers at the counter, left pondering the firmness he's just seen. But brightness fills the rookie's gaze. To him, that moment seemed the epitome of coolness. Dashing off after the captain, he frantically yells for him to slow down. Witnessing everything, Chaolho's smile grows gentle, thoughts wandering to what that younger kind might become. As they depart, the rookie pleads earnestly for an opportunity to join the captain's new group. Chaolho understands that as these novices hone themselves, so too shall their foes grow fiercer. He glances at a newspaper on the ground. It reports portals emerging at a pace surpassing the norm. Ultimately, he casts his eyes to the meals left untouched, bemoaning the effort of making all 5 servings in vain. At daybreak, little Kuel rises and stretches, greeting the morning spirit with renewed vigor. She notes the household is silent, each sleeper still lost to dreams and sprawled in their beds. She recalls Khan advised her to freshen up as soon as she awoke. Summoning a water spirit, the child beckons it, eager for a short game. In playful mischief, the elemental drenches her, delivering a speedy, enchanted cleansing. The water wraps her little frame completely, clearing away traces of sleep and the night's grime. Beaming, she rejoices in her spotless state, feeling perfectly ready to embrace the day. The merry elemental applauds, commending her for being so well behaved. Finished with her bath, she attempts to rouse Chaolho, but he remains deeply asleep. She taps his cheek, offering praise for him as a good boy as well. As she catches sight of her brand new dress, delighted laughter escapes her. She can hardly wait to wear the outfit she's just received. Once changed, she makes her way downstairs, her thoughts turning eagerly to breakfast, her hunger driving her excitement for the morning. Quite unexpectedly, a mysterious crimson portal unfurls right before her eyes. The portal pulses with intense light, prompting her to ponder what this sudden incarnation could possibly be. Intrigued, she stretches out her hand to brush the portal's surface, her curiosity suppressing any trace of worry. But as soon as she does, she is swept inside. The portal closes behind, dissolving completely into nothing. The next scene reveals a shadowy, bleak realm where footsteps resound along a corridor of stone. Without warning, Kuel and her elemental materialize, and she exuberantly announces it is time to play. Fearless, she wanders about, brushing close to dust-covered skulls and bones strewn across the ground. Just then, a thunderous sound snaps her attention, and she swivels to seek its origin. Before her stands a titanic minotaur surrounded by brutish soldiers, their grim faces betraying no trace of welcome. Nonetheless, the small girl only cocks her head, perfectly echoing their cry, unaffected by fear. Irritated, the chief gestures sharply and commands one of his followers to deal with the child at once. A monster then charges in her direction, poised to unleash its great axe. Noticing the looming peril, the water elemental morphs, intent on sheltering its dear companion. Shifting into a colossal water beast, Chaolho cheers exuberantly, her voice echoing in the gloom. A tremendous wave erupts as the elemental sweeps in, engulfing every monster at once with its swelling waters. Trapped amid surging liquid, the foes falter, awestruck and thrown into utter disarray. Fordown, even the chief submits, and the girl, pleased, proclaims, "I really was a good girl today." She gently pats a befuddled creature as though it were merely an animal, not a foe at all. This spectacle convinces the chief that anyone with a spirit so commanding must surely be a great master. Outraged, he roars that she poses a grave threat that must be dealt with at once. Incensed, he barrels ahead with full force, shattering sections of the wall, then abruptly, a fist smashes through the stone. It is Chaolho who seizes the beast by the snout, leaving their adversary utterly taken aback. He hurls the minotaur to the ground, and Chaolho dashes joyfully, calling out gleefully for her father. In shock, the miner tries desperately to make sense of the sudden arrival of this man. But as soon as their gazes meet, the monster realizes he stands before none other than the renowned Myro Lees. Chaolho snatches him by the horns, but accompanied by a dramatic soundtrack, the creature stammers his denial, insisting its mistaken identity. With a piercing, fearful stare, the hero exerts pressure until the horn cracks, prompting the monster to spill the truth instantaneously. He hurriedly reveals that he teamed with the Demon King, fleeing with him through the portal torn between worlds. Music, the creature claims he returned to this maze a decade ago and has remained trapped inside ever since. Chaolho inquires about the Demon King, and the beast replies that their ruler has fallen into slumber. With eyes gleaming with otherworldly might, he casts a spell to ascertain the truth. Upon verifying the tale, the monster turns the question, asking whether Chaolho intends to conquer the demon domain. Yet Chaolho reveals that this is in fact Earth, and thoughtfully muses to himself that the Demon King cannot truly perish. He recalls that in order to challenge the Demon King, he had to master the arts of 6 different power disciplines. Together with the dragon and the Sovereign of Frost, they nearly accomplished the feat of defeating him at last. However, fortune or destiny intervened, creating a fissure through which the adversary slipped away. He reflects that the Minotaur is far from the most formidable, but it remains a mighty adversary. At that moment, young Kay's belly gives a plaintive growl, making him realize how hungry she must be. Seeing things resolved for now, he gently lifts the small child and tells her it's time they depart. But on his way out, he remembers one final detail, halting to address the miner. Locking eyes with the beast, he voices his request. There's a small task to be handled. The story shifts to the restaurant, where morning has broken and golden rays spill in. Positioned in the kitchen, Chaolho busies himself slicing into a hearty slab of crimson beef for his dish. Music Khan approaches, catching a whiff of delicious meat, and wants to know what's on for lunch. But Chaolho stands absorbed in his lonely contemplation, eyes mundane yet fixated upon his steaming pot, leaving Khan unanswered. Khan then hollers the warning that the pot will boil over, shaking the hero back out of his musings. With a reassured smile, he announces breakfast is served, though remarks that Chaolho already ate and slipped back to bed. Khan, inspecting the offering, wonders about the meat, and Chaolho responds that it's oxtail, chosen for the memory it stirred. Khan picks up a curious vegetable, and Chaolho describes it as a pepper perfect for tension relief. He bites into it anyway, silently guessing that it might prove to be an herb of some sort. Suddenly, music of fiery inhalation escapes him as he cries out just how fiercely hot it is. While recovering with milk, the doorbell chimes and Chaolho pivots curiously toward their guest. A young lady bearing a fresh bouquet arrives, proudly announcing she's just opened a store nearby. She extends the blossoms and receives Chaolho's gratitude as he braids her gift into a heartfelt welcome. But as the scent of roast finds her, she asks if he's running an eatery. Brimming with anticipation, she requests a serving of stew, and the hero, beaming, immediately agrees. Khan notes the arrival of this new patron, wishing only that she'd allow him to savor his meal undisturbed. The woman gives a slight frown, expressing displeasure about the presence of some vegetables on her table. Without warning, her eyes ignite with an inner light as she locks her gaze onto the vegetables scattered across the table. A pepper begins to float in midair, leaving Khan bewildered by the strange turn of events. Suddenly, two enormous onions leap onto the counter while Ko observes the odd and outlandish happening in silence. The produce stirs to life, bouncing chaotically, and the lady cries out that they are escaping. Kilo switches on his detector eye and discovers the vegetables are really mandrakes, realizing the girl is a rare plant regeneration hunter. It is clarified this power could halt a demon army. Still, he chides her and she admits apologetically that she feels ill near vegetables. Ko picks up one of the mandrakes, perplexed by the wholly unusual scene. Just then, Gabby enters with boldness and requests a salad. Gabby recognizes the flower maiden and, calling her Blossom, asks why she's so far from her usual grounds. Ashamed, the girl blurts out she was fired after a colossal mishap, detailing how she failed to destroy the plant beasts and her companion was injured. Gabby advises her to take responsibility for her error, and Chaolho notes her wisdom. The hunter wonders if she fled to start a floral business, but she maintains that this place is now her home. Nonetheless, the woman warns her that running away resolves nothing, leaving the girl reflective. With cheeks flushed, she agrees, stating she definitely owes an apology for her blunder. She rises to pay, but Ko proposes a more creative way to settle what she owes. He inquires whether she possesses any special seeds and suggests an unusual arrangement as compensation. Eagerly, the young woman promises to bring her finest selection of seeds for the deal. At that moment, the chime above the entrance rings and a man dressed in a suit and hat steps inside. The girl recognizes the stranger as Captain Gentleman, who greets the other hunter present. Upon hearing her nickname, the woman immediately protests, shouting at the captain to drop it. He urgently relays to the florist that there's no time to waste since a new dungeon has emerged. The captain adds that if her dismissal stands, he supports it, to which she reacts by calling herself useless. Yet he reassures her, reminding her that everyone falters, but recognizing mistakes and improving is what matters. With no hesitation, he addresses her as Blossom and hoists her up effortlessly. Preparing to depart, he carries her in his arms like a bundle, insisting that time is of the essence. While she protests, the captain notices Ko and inquires whether he owns the restaurant. He mentions Sangu's praise for the establishment and promises to return another day for a meal. Before heading out, he proclaims that Gabby will handle the tab, leaving the woman utterly drained. Khan proceeds to question her about why her nephew was hiding shyly in the corner. Turning her gaze, she notices the boy and brushes it off, insisting it's nothing of concern. A touch embarrassed by the commotion and sensing that things have quieted down, she excuses herself and places the money on the counter before departing. As the patron walks away, Chaolho delivers a courteous farewell, as is his custom with everyone. He spots Khan lingering and inquires if something is wrong, yet the young man is simply lost in admiration. Khan becomes giddy, his thoughts lingering on the hunter and her wise remarks. He then turns to Chaolho and boldly announces that he believes he has fallen head over heels for her. Chiho questions, "Since when?" To which the young man replies, "Just now, it was love from the very first glance." With a crimson aura glimmering with strength, he firmly strides ahead, feeling a sense of release beyond confining walls. His eyes rise to the vast crystal suspended in the heavens. Soon, the monsters greet him as their leader, and understanding dawns on him regarding the labyrinth's preservation. He assesses the crystal and realizes it's an enchanted relic remarkably sophisticated for such a place. For an instant, he thinks about seizing the artifact, but he knows the magic sustaining it would vanish if he removed it. Surveying the farm, he questions whether the minotaurs consume humans and uncovers a somber history. Their chief steps forward, anxiously assuring him they raise only grass for consumption. Finding the answer absurd, he taps the monster on the nose, leaving it bewildered, but Shho seizes its face, pressing to find out what else grows on the farm. We learn that the fruits produced are wonderful, reminiscent of petite apples and juicy, tender-skinned pineapples. He next flings a pouch of seeds to the miner and commands him to sow those crops as well. Our protagonist explains their vegetables and promises to show them how should everything be properly farmed. His curiosity draws him toward a storage house, prompting him to ask about its contents. The miner, worried his provisions will be taken, soon finds Chaolho's proposal to be even less favorable. With no better options, the monster leads him to the storehouse, revealing all stored provisions. He looks over the treasures, recognizing them as spoils from the former conquest of Ispan. In that instant, something gleams brilliantly, seizing his interest among the relics. Employing his skills, he identifies it as the Tear of the Sea, a jewel belonging to the oceanic folk. A vision from the past unfolds, revealing that the gem possessed the ability to grant any wish its bearer imagined. The jewel's earliest master was a humble villager who longed for endless rice to feed his kin, but avarice overwhelmed him, and at last a cunning merchant stole the wondrous stone away. Fleeing over distant seas, the thief craved salt, then a treasure beyond compare, and made his request to the magical jewel. Responding to this desire, the stone unleashed a ceaseless surge of salt to satisfy its new owner's ambitious command. Yet the avalanche of salt grew so vast that it overwhelmed both ship and thief, dragging them beneath the waves. Chaolho cradles the artifact, convinced at last the tale rings true. The crystal's salt is beyond compare. Resolved, he pockets the treasure, certain of its immense benefit to his upcoming culinary endeavor. Before departing, he conjures a rift between worlds, advising the Minotaurs to take nourishment to grow their fields ever greater. No sooner has he vanished than the chieftain asks in relief if he is truly gone for good. With a drawn sigh, the leader brushes his horns in thought, haunted by memories of persistent conflict. In quiet retrospect, the Minotaur recalls earlier days when this same man pressed even the demon sovereign to the wall. He pictures as well the small girl, whose harmless aspect belied her fierce, draconic strength. A worrying notion creeps in: has Chaolho enlisted dragons beneath his banner too? Anxiety takes hold. Imagination runs rampant. In the hero's shadow, the whole world lies conquered and the demon lands await invasion. Alarm heightens when he considers that little more than a decade has flashed by since the Demon King's last slumber, his final ray of hope. It dawns on him that siding with this protagonist might be the solitary way out. With resolve set, the Minotaur pivots to his kin, raising his voice to proclaim that strength must now be their foremost pursuit. Suddenly, the focus returns to the bustling metropolis as a figure descends. Shortly after, an enormous amethyst gateway yawns open and Gabby arrives, assembled with her elite squad. A fellow operative refers to her as Shadow Cat and comments, startled, that this portal surpasses any they have ever faced. Music: as she surveys the landscape, she determines that immediate reinforcement is vital and readies her comrades to advance, yet reflects that such enormous gates often reveal dungeons crawling with far more formidable adversaries. But crossing the threshold, surprise seizes her. The landscape inside lies barren, a hollow ruin littered with echoes and a sky trembling with strange vibrations, yet not a whisper of presence lingers. Sensing a crushing, menacing energy, she commands an instant withdrawal. Once they are outside again, her cotter stands awestruck and unsettled as the portal instantly shuts behind. Sang-Hu seeks clarity, asking her what menace lurked inside. The hunter only responds that there was nothing inside. His patience fraying, he wonders if the domain remains unstable, pressing to know whether a monitoring squad is already dispatched. One operative affirms this, noting as well that the disruption in the sky worsens with each passing moment. At that instant, a fellow hunter brings news that the president has declared a level 3 alert nationwide. In a sudden entrance, Hun Kim bursts onto the scene, beaming as he greets Sang-Hu and Aunt Gabby warmly. He then shares that the recent oddities all seem to be centered in the same part of the city. Gabby observes Sang-Hu's fatigue and suggests he get some sleep, though with the portal thrumming ominously, it seems no rest will come tonight. Suddenly, the story transports us to Chaolho's restaurant, a serene haven in contrast to the city's tension. Khan appears in an immaculate white suit, clearly convinced he cuts a handsome figure. He turns to Chaolho, seeking approval for his appearance, but the protagonist seems oblivious. Khan then hints that he's expecting someone special, prompting Chaolho to realize he means Shadow Cat. Our leading man confirms her daily visits, so there's a good chance she'll appear. As if summoned, the hunter enters the eatery, orders a salad, and catches Khan off guard. Chaolho claims the task of making her meal but pauses, catching a strange shift in the atmosphere. In a flash, Khan drops to one knee, floral offering in hand, declaring his feelings. Perplexed, the hunter asks if he truly means her, and a flustered Khan assures her. Laughing, she tells him she's not enamored with younger men since they're often complicated. She proceeds to rib him about his age, leading Chaolho to intercede and gently remove his nephew from the situation. He offers an apology for Khan's enthusiasm, though she seems thoroughly amused by their antics. Khan leans in close to Chaolho, questioning nervously if his actions were overly odd. Upon receiving an answer, the hope drains from poor Khan's face, prompting Chaolho to intervene. With this, he brings out the Tear of the Sea, realizing he'll use its magic sooner than intended. He employs the mysterious gem to dust salt onto a watermelon, enhancing its sweetness by this classic trick. Having prepared everything perfectly, he presents the salad and watermelon to the anticipating hunter. She samples the fruit and instantly, delight brightens her face, confirming its extraordinary flavor. Impressed, the hunter applauds his culinary skills, confessing her weariness seems to dissolve entirely. She admits her appetite has been lacking, yet his dishes are unfailingly rejuvenating. Then Shadowcat cautions him, "Stay alert, the authorities are soon to declare a level 3 warning." She says that this is considered minor, but a rank 1 boss threatens the city. Continuing, the hunter notes that level 2 signals 2 such bosses, while the most dire, level 1, was declared only during the infamous Great Invasion. She cautions him further, pointing out a bizarre new dungeon's arrival means even top-tier hunters must now be ready. Just then, the device on her belt sounds, and she grumbles about the city's endless upheaval. Before heading out, she advises him softly to help his nephew by introducing him to a suitable companion. She expresses gratitude for the meal, and our protagonist bids her farewell, urging her to take care of herself. Chaolho affirms to Khan that it truly was a significant dismissal. The boy wonders aloud if Chaolho also finds it odd for a dragon to be enamored with an elf. Memory stirs as an enchanting elf remarks that time moves differently for each of them. She urges him to stop sacrificing his own happiness for the sake of others, and suggests he finally live for himself. He recalls those words just before the elf slipped into a deep rest to recover. Returning to the present, Chaolho insists that love knows no boundaries of race, sharing he once felt the same way. Khan becomes an eager listener, swept up by the gossip, but our hero diverts the conversation and proposes a walk. Yet suddenly his demeanor shifts as he detects a wicked presence lingering in the atmosphere. A violet energy encircles him, and Khan shouts, overcome by the overwhelming hint of blood in the air. With a shadowed gaze, the hero instantly recognizes that all too familiar aroma from afar. In that moment, he understands it is the same scent, unchanged since that clash with the Demon King a decade prior. At that instant, the new antagonist conjures her offspring, who encircle the assembled hunters completely. Glowing with sinister magic, she commands her monstrous creations to consume their foes without hesitation. Sang-Hu acts without delay, rallying his companions to stand strong in defensive formation. The mages swiftly unite, weaving a formidable barrier of energy, yet their shield is soon tested as blood spheres rain from above. The pooling blood morphs into a grotesque beast, eager to join the clash. With brutal power, the abomination strikes and fissures the barrier, plunging the hunters into mounting dread. But just in time, Hikang arrives, cleaving the vampire creature in two with a swift sweep of his blade. It becomes clear to him that these beasts are nothing more than constructs, born wholly from sorceress blood. Sang-Hu recognizes the newcomer and feels a rush of relief as supportive forces reach the perilous dungeon. From her vantage, the villainess derides their efforts as pitiful, readying another lethal incantation. Sang-Hu catches sight of the Temple Guild's arrival and excitedly reports everyone's readiness for the impending conflict. With blood as her medium, the woman shapes an entirely new entity, a formidable warrior brimming with power. He hovers aloft among the clouds, unleashing fury upon the hunters gathered below. A crimson haze settles, turning the world before their eyes opaque. Sang-Hu calls for vigilance among his comrades. A hunter brandishes an advanced weapon, charging a glowing blue shot. The blast finds its mark, striking an enemy squarely, evoking a shriek of distress from the struck foe. Sangu grimaces in irritation at the strike, while Hunam quietly laments missing his opportunity with Yuna. He urges Hun Kim to improve visibility, but Hun Kim replies that the thick fog makes it impossible, though he utilizes his gauntlet to send out a sonic pulse, at least clearing the haze before him. In that moment, Hun Kim fires a blazing blue beam that slices through the crimson fog, yet the blood-hued monster recomposes itself mid-leap, utterly unfazed. The shooter suddenly grasps that conventional offenses will be futile against this entity. A sudden realization strikes him, and he alerts the rest that the creature is now seeking escape. The beast hurtles toward the gateway, a hunter moving quickly to intervene. With precision, Sangu launches his spear, which lands unerringly upon the blood creature. He seizes this pivotal moment and shouts for the others to seize the advantage provided by his strike. Issuing commands, he instructs the defensive squad to shut the exit, and a group readies a containment spell. A massive magical shield arises, fully blocking the entryway to the gate. With the pathway barred, the hunters gather together, bracing for the true battle ahead. With Sangu's command, the combatants surge forward, launching themselves at the demonic foes. Now, the sinister adversary understands that the odds are stacked against her. She admits to herself that fate has turned grim, her strength has mostly yet to return, and the resiliency of humans baffles her. For a fleeting moment, she weighs abandoning her dignity and simply pleading for mercy. But the instinct to survive outweighs shame, and she attempts to escape with desperation, searching for any fissure in the ward. Just then, Gabby materializes before her, radiating with an emerald glow of strength. Brandishing her blade and surrounding herself in energy, she announces, "Enough games, this is your end." Simultaneously, the lesser demons strain at the magical barrier, gradually causing it to buckle. At last, one manages to split the ward and cracks mar the once solid magic seal. Realizing what is at stake, a hunter takes the initiative to attack the ringleader, insisting that the conflict must end now. Despite being struck, the villain only responds with a chilling, unfazed laughter. Her frame liquefies into blood, forcing the hunter to withdraw, unable to guess her intention. The crimson liquid then surges ahead, slipping past the barrier already on the brink of collapse. Delighted, the villainess grins victoriously, feeling she has finally won her freedom. She wails her triumph to the world, yet Chaolho is already stationed at the portal's very edge. Without so much as a hesitation, our protagonist delivers a swift blow, causing her to lose consciousness. Catching her limp form before she can hit the ground, he cradles her as she slumbers deeply. In that instant, the goblin Kasim emerges from a swirling portal, remarking on how ordinary Mr. Chaolho appears to be. Turning to the fallen adversary, he confirms for her, though she does not hear, that it truly is him standing before her. Chaolho proceeds to unveil her true identity. She is Safin, the vampiric sovereign, one of the underworld's supreme rulers. He issues an unambiguous command to Kasim, instructing him to see to it that she vanishes without a trace. Turning his back, the protagonist is absorbed in quiet contemplation, and he commends the prowess of the Hunter Association. He remembers how flawlessly they coordinated through every phase of battle, accomplishing their mission without a single loss, their might and sharp resolve plain to see. Reflecting on this, he realizes that among these hunters lies a core of exceptional individuals he can place his faith in. A gentle smile crosses his face as he determines that, with hunters like these, the world's future is in capable hands. Yet he notes with insistence that, this time, he expects a fair portion of the spoils gained in battle. He turns to Kasim, his loyal attendant, and requests that he bring him a mana stone of the highest rank. With the gem now glinting in his palm, he inspects it with satisfaction, proclaiming it will more than suffice. Thereafter, he steps into the shimmer of his portal and, accompanied by a burst of music, declares that the moment has come for a long-awaited gathering. The tableau shifts to the accursed domain of demons, a world governed solely by the law of raw survival. A narrator's voice reveals that this demon king reigns with the aid of 4 lords, faithful lieutenants upon whom he utterly relies. Music: each of these leaders wields inconceivable strength, obeying the king's commands without hesitation. Change, however, is in the air, as the vampire sovereign is now shown in serene repose within her bath. Her army of vampires swept across countless battlefields until misfortune abruptly shifted the tides. Furious beyond measure, she destroys a table with a violent strike and cries out in disbelief that a single individual was able to topple her legion. She narrowly escaped with her existence, and now, to restore her strength, she urgently hungers for blood. Seeking comfort, she reminds herself that the other lords too were routed during the cataclysmic struggle. With a glare sharp with malice, she proclaims her intention to seek vengeance against Myro Lees once her vitality is restored. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation washes over her, leaving her bewildered and uncertain. A swirling gateway materializes and begins drawing all within its grasp, her bath included, toward its unyielding pull. Caught up by the torrent, she has not even an instant to collect herself before she is whisked through. The narrative resumes as she awakens, tightly ensnared, unleashing a howl wrought of agony and hopelessness. Chaolho then calmly informs her of her awakening and declares that only two paths now lie open before her. At the sight of him, she recognizes and cries out his name in desperation. Yet his sole concern is whether the Demon King lies dormant still. Overwhelmed by shock, she cannot grasp how he still bears the same young countenance as before. The vampire discloses that she spent 60 years waiting, assuming by now he would be aged or passed on. Moved by her steadfastness, Chaolho issues a warning, only for her to plead and promise she will reveal everything. She verifies that the Lord slumbers on and will require 90 more years to rise once more. He then inquires as to the extent of her restored might, and she responds that it amounts to 2/5. The hero ponders her capacity for destruction, recalling how kings would feast upon myriad first-rank beasts. He questions whether her journey to Earth was intentional, to which the Lord feigns innocence and blames misfortune. However, her deception is uncovered and his threats elicit the truth from her. It dawns on him that the growing might of monsters and her timely entrance are not simply chance happenings. He deduces that someone is orchestrating the appearances of these portals, though their identity eludes him. She shares that, due to him, unending conflict now tears through the demon lands in utter turmoil. The Lord confesses that the others heal at an equal pace, and she herself ranks as the third in power. He draws near as she, filled with apprehension, asks Music, "Do you truly mean to spare me?" Taking hold of her horns, he assures her that he honors his promises, allaying her fears. Yet, true to his word, he casts her through a portal that opens directly on the Minotaur's labyrinth. He passes through the gateway as well, shouting out for Mino. Chaolho boldly declares Soprene the latest recruit, and in turn the Minotaur instantly recalls the Lord. With this, our hero takes his leave, entrusting all that follows to the Minotaur's care. He proceeds to inform her that Myro now leads dragons, boasting an entire army of the magnificent beasts. She realizes he must have mastered numerous classes, which could explain his unaging self. But scarcely tolerating more conversation, she threatens the Minotaur at once if he continues speaking. Frightened by her display, he lays out the rules of this realm. Here, work is necessary for one's meal. With a nervous gulp, Sophine waits in suspense to learn the most crucial rule of all. He soon discloses the final, best-kept secret: feasting plentifully is vital for renewing her full potency. Puzzled, the Lord questions the point of it, while the Minotaur, too, appears baffled by such a strange order. At that moment, a system prompt materializes, confirming a fresh recruit for the restaurant staff. Radiating his crimson aura, a system prompt materializes, recruit for the hero restaurant staff ventures back into the Minotaur's winding maze. When he arrives, something strikes him as peculiar. Every monster lays sprawled out, utterly depleted. He soon spots the vampire and inquires curiously about her latest activities. She defends her actions at once, assuring him that she labored diligently and fed to her heart's content without a word of protest. The Princess of the Night proceeds to clarify that she merely obeyed the guidelines. As a result, she absorbed their blood. But our hero notes that she's a unique case, and establishing a new rule instructs her to put on clothing. Taking this to heart, she dresses up and swirls, eager for his thoughts on her outfit. She shares that employing blood as nourishment for the soil has resulted in much healthier produce. It's divulged that her enigmatic power purifies blood, transforming it into either a healing draft or a deadly venom. Music. He inspects the freshly grown vegetables, approves of their quality, and remarks on their potential use in the restaurant's fare. The story transports us to the eatery once more, heralded by the gentle chime of the entrance bell. Chaolho notices a weary-looking Khan and beckons him to lend a hand with preparing the newly harvested crops. With a note of complaint, the dragon mutters about his exhaustion, grumbling that not even the carrots have been fully chopped yet. Our protagonist sympathizes with him, being well aware that Khan has shouldered double shifts of late. Upon hearing this, Khan whimsically proposes they all take some time off, sparking a wave of enthusiasm through the group. The diminutive dragon ambles up, clutching a newspaper, and addresses Chaolho as Daddy while showing him the page. Music with sparkling eyes, she pleads for him to bring her to the seaside spot presented in the advertisement. Noticing her clever disguise that hides her horns, he grants her wish. Overjoyed by his answer, the little one offers a grand bow to express her thanks, leaving our hero a tad uncomfortable. Turning with amusement to Khan, he playfully suspects him of teaching her such manners. Chaolho remarks that's not the proper way and instructs the little dragon to prepare herself. Once plans are settled, they lock up the establishment and hang up the sign declaring it closed. Outside, the group, all clad in their beach attire and sporting flotation devices, bursts with excitement, eagerly awaiting adventure. Readying himself, our hero extends a hand, setting off a gentle levitation that lifts everyone into the air. All at once the group takes flight. Khan gasps in astonishment, marveling at his employer's unique talent. With candor, Chaolho explains that his learned skills are primarily designed to dispatch foes instantly. He instructs them to hold fast, then gathers up the young dragon, preparing to soar. Together, like a streak of violet across the horizon, they rocket through the skies. Khan, awestruck, cries out how different flying as a human feels. Thus, carrying the young girl close, they venture onward, savoring the emancipation of the journey. He soars overhead, his expression solemn, as he readies those below for what lies ahead. A piercing glow filters through the canopy, casting light upon the place where their path will end. Hence, they at last stand before their journey's end. The vast, breathtaking ocean unending beneath the sky. He shares that this shore, once bustling with laughter, has turned into a wild expanse since the arrival of the portals. Chaolho wonders aloud if Khan will take a dip, to which Khan replies that he isn't fond of the sea. As the little one frolics with the water spirit, Khan assures everyone he's content to simply observe. Seeing this, our protagonist flashes a smile, respecting the choice of his draconic companion. In that moment, he calls for Kasim and asks him to retrieve a legendary rod said to hail from eastern lands. The attendant appears in a blink, bestowing the bearer with the enchanted rod as requested. He notes to all that the rod, gifted by a wise elder, can reel in the biggest catches even without using bait. Without delay, the man springs into action, leaping nimbly as he prepares to begin his pursuit of the sea's mysteries. He remembers the sage's wisdom, that fishing offers a moment to look within, though he's never understood since self-reflection brings him only memories tinged with sorrow. Abruptly, something yanks mightily from the other end of the line, leaving no room for his pondering. From the depths, the monstrous kraken bursts forth, sending a shock through the onlookers. Elsewhere, the jubilant dragonling chased after tiny fish with the spirit, until Chaolho captured her attention, unveiling an enormous fish he managed to catch. With a gentle caution, he mentions that although the catch looks grand, these fish are not meant for eating. It is explained that massive squids carry an odor, their flesh heavy with ammonia they use to float. Yet with eager determination lighting his gaze, he prepares to section the massive creature, certain the kraken holds something special. Drawing his mystical blade, he deftly carves through the beast, clarifying that its meat remains fresh and utterly edible. He recollects with warmth that his old battalion held seafood stew in high regard. Thus he conjures an exquisite meal, serving both raw delicacies and smoky, seared kraken tentacles. The scent sets the dragon girl's appetite racing, and she swiftly begs her father for a taste. He places the succulent skewer in her hands, and she devours every bite with gleeful delight. She wraps her arms around him, exclaiming, "You're the best," filling him with a swell of pride. In the evening, they linger by the sea's edge, basking in the warm glow of a tangerine-hued dusk. All at once, radiant lights spill across the heavens and Khan beholds this enchanting vision in wonder. Our protagonist describes them as radiant insects who too are visitors from another realm. Just then, he recalls the salt and suddenly realizes what truly draws those beings here. A memory opens, he sees his father, originally from Bushausen, who departed for Seoul. On late evenings when his father returned home, they would share dried squid, prompting the young man to reflect. During school days, he believed university to be the end of all struggles. Returning the army, he encountered an economic downturn that shook him deeply. Earning his degree soon felt like his personal descent as aspirations slipped away. Everything seemed futile as others labeled him a defeat, their voices filled with reproach. He questioned whether it truly was wrong simply to wish for a secure and rewarding occupation. At the age of 30, surrendering his prior hopes, he set his sights on becoming a government official. In that moment, his father's words bubbled up again, mingled with memories of the sea's briny aroma. The elder assures him that the journey chosen is undoubtedly correct. He had vowed to return home triumphant, yet fate denied that wish. Ultimately, unable to go back, he was swept away into another world. Drawn back to now by Khan's voice asking if something troubles him, his reverie ends abruptly. Gazing longingly towards the endless sky, memories haunting his eyes, music he eventually turns, masking sorrow with a gentle grin as he repeats, "It's nothing at all." Nearby, Khan extends him a drink, which he gladly accepts. The scene slips into nightfall music, where a mighty winged beast glides serenely through the moon's silvery glow. The focus shifts. Eagles pursue a wanted creature speeding through the darkness. The bundle it carries, hundreds of mana stones, are destined for an unruled land. The directive is absolute: under no circumstances should the crystalline creature escape. The hunt intensifies. Leaving the seashore, the small dragon arrives with great flair, alighting before the eatery. Chaolho announces he'll tend to the kraken, entrusting the youngster's bedtime to Khan. Alone with his utensils, he contemplates the culinary marvels he might craft from such exotic fare. His mind roams through possibilities, perhaps a refreshing salad, or stuffing the behemoth creature with pudding. Still, deep down, he has settled on an extraordinary recipe. Soon knives are at work, the batter is mixed. Before long, hot oil crackles as chunks of kraken are fried to pure gold. Thus appears his masterpiece, a heaping portion of crackling fried kraken. One bite confirms the taste is flawless, music meeting every hope. Each morsel is silky yet succulent, embraced by a crust with just the right crunch. Deciding such fare merits a cold brew, he heads to the fridge, but a sudden mule captures his attention. A wandering feline, he muses, until turning to find an enormous cat, comparable in size to a young tiger, gazing at him. With his mysterious senses, he perceives that the animal before him is nothing more than an ordinary cat, though it has ingested raw mana. It is revealed that beasts who unknowingly consume mana are most often doomed, unable to withstand such overwhelming forces. Moreover, the story clarifies that unrefined mana stones are fatal to living creatures. Moved by sympathy, he presents some cooked kraken to the feline. Chaolho observes that, despite its considerable size, the cat's spirit is mild. Satisfied, he leans back with a glass of beer and a savory treat and begins leafing through a newspaper. Within its pages, he finds a report about one of the 5 legendary guardians who managed to endure the dreadful invasion. Suddenly, an uneasy déjà vu plucks at him as if that countenance is familiar. Music, then revelation strikes. At last he recalls where their paths have crossed. His gaze lands on another headline detailing incidents of colossal feline attacks stirring unrest throughout the city. Upon hearing this news, our protagonist swiftly glances around to spot the cat, discovering instead that the creature has slipped away, leaving only a pristine, empty dish in its wake. The narrative drifts into daylight as the sun ascends, and the calls of songbirds fill the air. Without warning, the calm is torn by the sudden eruption of flames that spring up within the kitchen. The playful young dragon, brimming with excitement, is deeply engrossed with a peculiar new gadget. Khan shares that he's had to brew the soup manually, as the brazier lies broken. Chaolho can't restrain his amusement, bursting into laughter at the utterly absurd display. Our main character explains that replacing the mana stone will make the brazier function once more. At that moment, a cat's mewl sounds, and Khan is stunned by the uncomplicated solution. The oversized cat makes its return, this time offering a rat as a token, but Chaolho is noticeably unenthused by the gesture. The young dragon is startled and mistakes it for a tiger, though reassurance is given that it's simply a house cat. Music she then lovingly approaches, strokes the animal, and spirits it away with a freshly given name. The girl leaps onto the cat's back and cries, "Attack!" Racing away atop her companion, he notes how tender-hearted the beast truly is and wonders if others have absorbed mana as well. Without warning, Hodri dashes out the door, leaving the pair befuddled. Soon after, a man descends astride his eagle, and a fresh face graces the eatery's entryway. He draws near, exchanges greetings with the chef, and the young music girl appears downhearted when she notices the cat has departed. Taking a seat at the bar, he requests a light meal, addressed with polite formality as gentlemen. It is at this juncture that Hikang and Shin Ryu arrive. The latter coldly suggests that eliminating the cats would be for the best. With hunger gnawing at him, Shin Ryu requests a chilled dish, his curiosity piqued about the day's specials. In the kitchen, creativity stirs as he contemplates how best to craft a refreshing and delicate plate from the freshly caught kraken. Thus, he presents a chilled kraken brew, the melody of the moment setting the stage as delicate ribbons of squid float within. Hikang politely requests a portion of rice, but Shinryu regards the suggestion with wry amusement. Smiling faintly, he folds the grains into the broth, the music softly accompanying the act as he crafts a flawless spoonful. Hikang tastes it, and its exquisite flavor astonishes him. Seeing this, another hunter watches with longing, mouth watering. Yearning for just a sample, the hunter pleads, but Chaolho firmly tells him to order his own side. Afterward, he inquires if the gentleman intends to go after the felines responsible for hurting townsfolk. The tune swells and the man affirms his mission. At this, the leader of the Temple Guild voices concern about him venturing forth on his own. He responds, suggesting that these might be the same cats from that lingering mystery he continues to pursue. A musical interlude catches the air as Chaolho's curiosity is piqued, prompting the man to reveal that a robber made off with an armful of mana stones. In the aftermath of the heist, the criminal disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions. It is revealed that he is known by the moniker Beast, for he wields the strange gift of bending animals to his will. A vision from the past reveals the hunters preparing their plan to capture this beast and reclaim the pilfered lorry. One among them harnesses her arcane power. Suddenly, a cluster of roots rip forth from the earth with overwhelming might. These vines entwine the truck, squeezing it mercilessly, so fragile it might as well have been made of glass. All the while, the mysterious adversary within releases a high-pitched signal. In an instant, a cloud of crows erupts from the truck, taking the hunters by surprise. Among them, one crow snatches a mana stone and prepares for flight. At his signal, the gentleman instructs the mage to seal them in, and she conjures a radiant spell. Abruptly, her magic falters, leaving her unsure of what has just transpired. Just then, an enormous midnight tiger emerges, hurling itself at the truck, tearing apart the roots. He deduces that the foe is indeed another hunter, one whose strength lies in marshalling beasts for combat. Suddenly, as the melody swirls in the air, he senses a stirring and swivels, alarmed by the shapes flickering among the trees. A troop of cats with glowing golden light bolts from hiding, making their escape from the tumult. At that moment he catches on. The crows were merely a ruse orchestrated to cover the others' flight. Crouched atop the vehicle, a monstrous tiger lets loose a thunderous roar, holding the line while its master retreats. Sporting a sly grin, the beast master slips away through shadow, soaring upon his eagle and abandoning the pursuers to their bewilderment. The gentleman finds his anger impossible to hide, his frustration raw as acceptance sets in. The villain has managed an escape once again. Quick to regain his composure, he declares the paramount objective is to retrieve the mana stones, for the beast has already slipped their grasp. Later, back within the restaurant's warm light, he discloses that the enemy fed the stones to a collection of 30 felines. Chaolho then observes that not many creatures could bear with such immense power coursing through them, for their vigor burns hot but fades fast. The hunter makes his objective clear: track down and deal with the quartet of cats that survived the ordeal. Chaolho prods, wondering what drove the thief, and the man proposes that he is almost certainly assembling something grand. He further discloses that the majority of hunters roaming the untamed region hail from foreign lands. The distinguished man rises to his feet, declaring that he must depart before people deepen their resentment toward cats. After bidding everyone farewell, he exits, prompting the other hunters to settle their tabs and disperse from the establishment as well. Solitary, the man strolls beneath the forest boughs, the dying sunlight painting the world in golden hues. Abruptly, he halts, sensing an unseen presence lurking among the shadows, its gaze hidden within the music of twilight. There he discovers a cat. Tragically, the fragile creature succumbed to power it could not withstand and perished. At that moment, a feline cry piques his awareness, and his eagle, startled, alights upon his shoulder. It is Hodori, who weathered the Mana Stone's ordeal and now faces him, a low growl gnawing at the silence. Astonishment floods him at the sight, for the cat stands unfazed, the very image of vitality. The second creature bares its claws with warning, and he comprehends that it acts in defense of something precious. Though compassion pains him, he reassures himself that a single decisive blow could resolve everything. He grapples inwardly, reasoning that sentiment must not cloud professionalism. Work follows strict rules. The feline's gaze is mirrored in his glasses as he softly justifies that his course of action is righteous. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chaolho scrubs dishes, his thoughts swirling around those formidable hunters of the no-man's land. The narrative pivots to a realm unbound by peace, portals agape and monstrous beasts laying claim to all. Relentlessly, he carries on, musing to himself that any survivor of such a place must surely possess tremendous strength. Suddenly, that familiar jingle beckons through wafting music, and a voice greets him as chief, stealing his focus. The refined visitor arrives, and Chaolho kindly inquires after his recent dealings. Returning to his post at the front, he presents a robust spirit known as Hangju. Upon accepting so he won't partake with an empty stomach, Chaolho selects beef he'd purchased earlier and prepares to fry it, as pork is absent from the kitchen. With deft, swift strokes, he reduces the beef into fine slices, orchestrating a harmonious start to the impending meal. The meat crackles as it meets the simmering embrace of heated oil. As he retrieves the pieces for their second fry, the gentleman, curiosity dancing in his eyes, wonders aloud if meat this fine is usually paired with sauce. Jae-woo assures him it's complimentary, yet the guest insists on fully compensating. With a smile, Chaolho grants his request for just a touch of salt, claiming it to be the purest way to savor the dish's essence. When all preparation ends, Chaolho offers the liquor. The guest accepts it gratefully, exchanging thanks for hospitality rendered. The gentleman selects a slice of fried meat, grazing it in a sprinkling of salt before tasting it. He takes a crisp mouthful of the meat, obviously savoring each bite with delight. Afterward, the man quickly finishes a glassful of spirits, sensing the intense liquor warming his throat. He breathes a sigh of comfort and contentment, stretching out at the counter with a pleased expression. After this, the patron once more calls over Chaolho, who turns his attention to listen. He inquires about what one should do when their reason urges one thing, yet their emotions dictate another. Cho answers that on the battlefield, being torn by such decisions was incredibly frequent. The tale briefly shifts to a memory, a comrade perishing, 2 hours and 29 minutes encircled by foes. He continues, explaining that your heart pushes you to rush to your companion's rescue, ignoring the aftermath, while logic compels you to forge ahead with the squad since that path preserves far greater lives. Returning to now, Chaolho shares that no matter his decision, there was always a cost to pay. Ju listens closely as Chaolho confides that there was inevitably regret left behind, but something gained in return. He then poses a fresh dilemma, wondering aloud what one should do when the only thing on the line is money. The gentleman considers this and replies that, upon reflection, perhaps wealth isn't truly so significant. He pauses, wearing a contemplative gaze, then tosses back another round of the liquor, finishing the glass swiftly. After finishing his meal, he sets down the empty glass, remarking that he now feels lighter inside. In that moment, a recollection drifts into his mind, Sang-gu Kim, sitting alone over his drink. Chaolho allows himself a smile, warmed by a thought that the spear-wielding mage and this gentleman share a kindred spirit. At that instant, Florzina makes her entrance, greeting the gentleman, music accompanying her words as Captain Gentleman. She remarks she noticed his eagles outside, prompting him to ask what brings her there at such a late hour. Florna flashes a broad grin and tells him that she lives just nearby, within that very alleyway. Spotting the food, she requests a taste of meat, but Ju promptly refuses her. He then expresses his gratitude for the meal before departing, leaving his cleared plate and empty bottles behind him. The girl supports him as he heads out, unsteady on his feet and tipsy, towards the door. As they step outside, they are caught off guard by Hidori's sudden unexpected presence. Amazed by the size of the being, she stands astonished, while the captain, hardly able to focus, scarcely notices it at all. Hidori releases 3 rats at her feet, prompting the young woman to inquire about its message. With a hostile expression, Hidori fixes his gaze on the pair and simply lets out a meow. Zhao dismissively gestures towards the vermin, remarking he has eaten his fill and the rats belong to Hidori. We watch the scene recede as she assists the captain in walking steadily along the illuminated boulevard. Meanwhile, Hidori contemplates the moonlit city with a regal demeanor. The setting then moves music to a woodland, where the sound of a lone meow drifts above the graves of warriors. Back to the present, dawn breaks and a chorus of birds, cheerful, fills the air outside the restaurant. Within, Chaolho gently brushes the teeth of a tiny snow-white being while Khan grows anxious, cautioning the little one not to ingest the paste. Settling at the table afterward, Chaolho realizes that it was his first restful night, free from troubling dreams. He notices a music headline about mana stone recovery, the captain's image prominent in the article. Recalling what they'd discussed, realization dawns that the captain made the purchase himself. Chaolho smiles gently, certain Ju is a man of good character and destined to be a fine guardian. But soon his expression grows grave, and his focus shifts to something else. The newspaper contains a mention of the foreigners, a shadowy circle who reside in the forbidden sector. The story tells how over the 3 past decades, a surge of hunters had appeared and disappeared. In that era, 2 opposing schools of thought perennially clashed. After a devastating attack from monsters, they ultimately parted ways and became known as the Foreigners, a source of deep unease. Within his study, a gentleman ponders whether they have crossed an irreversible line. Now the scene shifts to a hangar, where a technician is examining a gigantic me. Hun Kim observes that while its movements have advanced, new materials will soon be essential to endure the pressures. Encouraging her effort, he instructs her to continue, though he appears not to fully perceive the scale of matters. Music at that instant, a dapper man arrives, presenting him with coffee and stating that the beast will not leave its domain. Hunim then seizes the chance to reveal that the Undertaker, one among the foreigners, is returning to the metropolis. He details that an unofficial first-rank hunter exists apart from the publicly recognized names. This figure was covertly summoned to avoid unrest after Georger's absence. JW is lost in contemplation, aware that Shadow Cat and Undertaker are on their way back from distant tasks. An intuition flickers through his mind, whispering that some momentous event could soon unfold. The picture shifts to the woods, where Gabby flees, accused of being connected to the association. In a sudden turn, a bat sinks its teeth into her leg. Gathering her nimbleness, Gabby bursts between the trees, striving to outrun her hunters. Meanwhile, the focus turns to Khan, who pores over a map, carefully plotting his forthcoming action. He resolves to check out the northwest gates, deciding it remains the last unexplored ground. Khan takes to the road atop his fresh motorcycle, relishing a rare moment of solitude and freedom. However, his progress halts at a security checkpoint, where a guard gestures for him to pause. Stepping off his machine, he listens as the guard tells him an inspection must take place. Curious, Khan inquires about the frequent checkpoints, learning the peril in the vicinity has increased. On seeing his credentials, recognition dawns on the guard. Khan confirms his departure for another venture. Remembering Chaolho's words, he goes through checks for Mona before signing a waiver to accept any potential consequences. The guard offers his wishes for a safe journey, prompting Khan to express thanks as he rides away at speed. Engine thundering, music swelling, the motorcycle surges forward. Khan slips into the forbidden region, turning back no more. Stopping amid the forest's depths, he judges the distance sufficient to commence his mission. Resolute and with music in the air, he steels himself. Now the true hunt begins. Utilizing his talents, he soars through the heavens, launching himself at beckoning portals. He inspects numerous rifts, one holding flora, another filled with viscous slimes, but nothing further. Exiting swiftly, he wrinkles his nose and voices his disgust at the creature's foul smell. Hunger interrupts his thoughts with a rumbling protest. He's puzzled by the absence of monsters, yet notes a dragon's presence has prowled through, sending them into hiding. A noise snaps him into focus. He whirls around, acutely aware of others drawing near. Almost instantly, silhouettes are framed against the trees and he tallies a dozen opponents approaching. Eyes wide, Khan concludes these figures are not random, these are hunters. In that instant, he notices Gabby trapped and speculates whether she might be the reputed elf he's heard mention of. The account then lingers on the beset woman who stands perilously at the rim of a sheer cliff, a dead end behind her. One of their captors taunts her, claiming she's walked right into their hands, which makes her body tense with anxiety. She feels tiny beads forming on her skin as she senses the venom of the vampire bat swiftly moving through her veins. Inwardly, she considers how she spent countless years tracking outsiders yet has never been so thoroughly trapped. The hunters press forward, but an authoritative voice demands they spare her life no matter what. Their leader steps into the open, explaining that capturing her alive was their grand plan, meticulously prepared for 5 years. Soon after, a man approaches with a colossal tiger by his side, and the leader instructs him to seize her without causing death. The man remarks to the tiger, "Toy with her but leave her just barely breathing." Assessing her peril, she believes leaping from the cliff is her sole escape, until suddenly the ground lurches for 2 hours and 35 minutes, startling the hunters who cannot decipher the cause. A radiant glow bursts forth from nowhere, coloring the warrior's confusion as she tries to grasp the new development. All at once, a massive orb of energy detonates, astonishing every hunter with its overwhelming force. The force crashes through the woodland, making a straight path for the circle of adversaries. A direct hit from the surge unleashes stunned cries of pain as the foes are struck with immense power. Panicked, even their leader and the massive tiger flee, consumed by panic and bewildered about needing to retreat. In frustration, he fixates on his bewilderment, questioning just how another hunter could have gained such formidable strength at the association's hands. Confronted with that extraordinary might, he calls for withdrawal, conceding they must devise new strategies from the ground up. One of the hunters remarks on her apparent stroke of luck and vanishes into the charred forest, while trembling overtakes her almost beyond control. Yet it's not the flames causing her body to quake. A much more ancient and primal fear grips her center, dizzying and rendering her helpless. Before she can collapse, Khan materializes and gently catches her. Noticing her unconsciousness, his eyes trace the vampire bat's bite and cradling the passed-out elf, he surveys the devastating scene, uncertain of his next move. The stage shifts to a shadowy, moist cavern where he carries her to safety. Sitting by her side, he rubs at his scalp and privately wonders once again what he should attempt next. Realizing that tending the bite means cooling the injury to extract the toxin's hold, he braces himself. Lacking any healing magic, he swallows hard, accepting he'll have to clean the bite on his own. Khan wavers, struggling emotionally between hesitation and the knowledge that delay risks worsening the wound. With effort, he gathers his nerve and painstakingly begins tearing away just a small fragment of cloth. But as he draws nearer, the elf's eyes flutter open in abrupt awakening. Shocked, he springs backward, declaring he can justify everything as she rises. She proceeds to inquire what his business is there, and he falters, insisting their meeting was accidental. The warrior finds his journey in these parts unusual, and he responds by pointing out there in a cavern. She senses her discomfort fading, realizing his intentions were simply to assist her. The elf expresses her gratitude, causing Khan to flush, overwhelmed and unsure of how to respond. He finally stammers that it was insignificant, and an uneasy silence settles between them. Seeking to alleviate the uncomfortable mood, Khan stands up to pace momentarily, putting some space between them. He inquires if she is able to walk, but she attempts and replies she isn't strong enough yet. Eager to assist, he offers support, but she cautions that helping her could be perilous as he's not a skilled pathfinder. He reassures her, and as he calls for Aunt Gabby, a mechanical figure emerges. Khan studies it warily, eyes narrowed in confusion. Then, a towering robot draws closer and its pilot recalls spotting him at the eatery. To clarify, the elf assures the pilot he was merely a wanderer, causing further bewilderment. Ju appears, validating the tale after spotting his name listed on the northern gate entries. It dawns on her that everyone assembled here is for her sake, and Ju affectionately refers to her as the association's cherished gem. Utterly flustered, Khan asks if she is unharmed or requires replacement attire. Ju bows, expressing his appreciation for caring for her and promises compensation. However, he recommends Khan return soon, which leaves the boy feeling sheepish. The narrative returns to the restaurant where a pressure cooker shrills, releasing a huge puff of steam. Back at the restaurant, Chaolho witnesses Khan covered in grime, who assures him he truly breathed fire. A tiny creature dances on his shoulder with joy while Chaolho praises Khan's performance. Suddenly, the being becomes a young girl celebrating their victory, causing Chaolho to look worried. Khan wonders aloud if entertaining her like this all day isn't exhausting. Chaolho concedes that it is draining for him mentally even as she pleads for another round. He then mentions wearing the girl out is the best remedy for a good night's rest. Khan can't help but chuckle outdoors. In response, Chaolho tells Khan he should go and lend a hand as well. A shift in scene takes us to the association, where an agent verifies Khan is an ordinary civilian with no trace of mana. Ju observes he has journeyed through several districts before, prompting the elf to comment on his courage. Afterwards, an officer returns his identification together with the outcome of the mana screening. Khan reviews the information, noticing that neither his own nor Cho's scans revealed any presence of mana. Thus, Ju concludes that Khan is nothing more than a non-magical member of society. Meanwhile, Gabby lingers in contemplation, mulling over who could have unleashed such catastrophic flames. She recalls how sheer terror overtook her and the primal urge that drove her to flee. A primal terror gnaws at her, forcing her to question the intangible energy emanating from the owner's nephew. The hush is shattered by the echo of clanking chains, igniting another grim memory. The memory unveils Chaolho's former self, weary, worn, and fettered in heavy bonds. He recounts his endless wandering, a decade long, ever burdened by his shackles dragging behind. Along the way, he traversed barren sands, faraway realms, and boundless seas, but even the most revered wise men and learned souls offered him no solutions. Spirits broken and strength spent, he finally collapses, plagued by the belief that he'll never see his homeland afresh. With hands quivering, he entreats the being that brought him forth to finally heed his appeal. A radiant glow bursts forth and he cries out that his mission as Myro Lekis is done. The light revitalizes him, a spark of hope kindling in his eyes as he awaits a reply. His vision now illuminated a brilliant blue he beseeches to be returned at last. As if in answer, a maelstrom of shadowy violet energy unravels overhead. Bewildered, he stretches his hand to the swirling rift. Suddenly, the forceful current wrenches his arm inward, pulling him into the supernatural abyss. His form is swept along, careening through the void, past gleaming planets and distant celestial fires. Bathed in otherworldly radiance, he remains clueless as chaos surrounds him. He is flung through the great expanse, passing into a portal where an enigmatic creature finds itself ensnared beside him. Then suddenly, vistas of a demonic world swirl before him, overrun with monstrous, nightmarish entities. Almost simultaneously, another gateway opens, this time to a spectral realm far more tranquil. A piercing white light quickly draws his eye, turning his head in wonder. Unexpectedly, he is confronted by a mechanical world vast and unfamiliar to him. In the next instant, he is swept into this newfound dimension, plunging toward the beckoning radiance. Without warning, his eyes ignite in dazzling gold, hinting at a profound transformation. Closing his eyes tight, he strains to fathom the storm of change engulfing him. In a sudden start, Chaolho awakens drenched in sweat only to realize that all of it was spun from dreams. Night falls gently as music trickles from the radio, while he and Khan remain sound asleep. He rises from slumber, cradling Klee and musing that the recurring nightmare has visited him once again. Settling onto the bed, he catches the morning bulletin, Sang-gu Kim has ascended to Tier 1. The broadcaster declares a quartet of Tier 1 hunters now exist, and Chaolho feels the modernization of this milestone was somewhat hasty. He ponders how such a highly ranked hunter serves both as a safeguard to their community and a caution to those who oppose them. Chaolho's mind lingers on whether this recent advancement intertwines with the growing issue of foreign incursions. At the same time, deep within the association's main chamber, a consequential gathering was unfolding. Sang-gu Kim swivels at the groan of a shifting seat, patiently awaiting the person behind the noise to reveal themselves. That's when the enigmatic unofficial hunter mortician declares his return. After chasing the mysteries for 3 long years, Sang-gu feels this is their first proper meeting and ponders the enigma surrounding the man's identity. It's mentioned that his abilities remain veiled in utter secrecy. Music and even the sound of his speech betrays no trace of humanity. Once more, the peculiar creak of the chair trails around the room, an odd and unforgettable sound. Departing from the chamber, Sang-gu grabs himself a coffee just as Gearwork asks if he's had a demanding day. Questioned about his missing glasses, he listens as Gearwork confides that the contacts are an effort to charm Yuna. Gearwork teases Sang-gu for killing the mood and reveals that their latest intelligence is honestly unsettling. Weary, Sang-gu sighs that what he truly craves right now is a refreshing pint. Upon hearing beer, Gearwork's mood lifts instantly, delight flickering in his gaze. He gleefully pulls Sang-gu along, while Sang-gu dreads the inevitable scolding from their Blade Queen superior. Sang-gu is incredulous that they are openly indulging in drinks under the midday sun in the center of the city. Right then, they discover Chaolho and little Klee as they intercept a pizza order at the threshold. Though curious about the delivery, Chaolho explains it's his daughter's special wish. With innocent charm, Klee invites them to savor some inviting peach za together. Enthralled, the pair inquire whether they might join in for pizza and beer as well. Chaolho turns and requests several extra pizzas from the courier, who nods in agreement. Venting, the courier admits he's so swamped he rarely has a moment to bond with his own daughter. Hearing this, Chaolho warmly tells him to bring his girl along so she and Kay can play and share a meal. He observes that his own daughter and Kay will probably hit it off, as they are about alike in stature. The deliveryman expresses his thanks and departs as little Klee gives him a cheerful wave in farewell. Loaded with pizza boxes, Chaolho announces with glee that it's time to arrange the dining table. The focus lingers on a steaming pork pizza crowned with gooey, cheese-filled edges, music delighting Klee to no end. Eager, she seizes a slice and takes a bite, a ribbon of cheese trailing after her. Both Sang-gu and Gearwork watch the girl, utterly captivated by her endearing appetite. Pouring drinks, Chaolho inquires if it's all right to partake so early in the day, yet Sang-gu assures him it's absolutely acceptable. Sang-gu Kim indicates their use of special rings that negate the effects of alcohol, though Chaolho seems entirely unconcerned. Brightening, Chaolho exclaims he'll demonstrate the art of concocting a samaiak cocktail. He starts by stacking 2 soju cups, carefully filling the lower one until it nearly spills over. Next, he lets the shot tumble into a waiting glass of beer, finishing it off by splashing in more of the golden drink. At last, a gentle rapping with chopsticks triggers a frothy, bubbling reaction as music lingers in the air. Although the mixed drink is done, Sang-gu suggests just a touch more beer might perfect it. They proceed with a spirited toast to welcome the association's newest, highest-ranked hunter. In unison, they all gulp it down, relishing the festive camaraderie. A glance at the empty bottles reveals a leisurely afternoon spent in lively talk and drink, music still softly playing. Out of nowhere, Gearwork's watch chimes insistently, signifying their time together has ended. Light shimmers from their rings, and Sang-gu affirms that the cocktail technique turned out to be surprisingly handy. As farewells are exchanged with the chief and little Kule, Chaolho reminds them all to look after themselves. Kule asks about more pizza, and just then Chaolho recalls something important he meant to share, but Gearwork rushes back in, a new pamphlet in hand that he's eager to present. This invitation is for the Guardian Seminar, inspiring Chaolho's thanks as he accepts and stows it away. Kule, spotting the photograph on the cover, excitedly exclaims it's magic, throwing Chaolho into mild bewilderment. Flipping over the leaflet, he recognizes the image. the illusionist dog Yang Han, guardian of Gangbuk. The small girl wonders aloud if the magician is Chaolho's companion. A bit awkward, he affirms the connection. The moment slips into a soulful flashback as he reminisces on their school days together. A gentle grin alight, the magician utters, "In the face of trials, it's our smiles that must shine brighter," and from his top hat conjures a crystal sphere, beckoning all to be prepared. Suddenly, cards burst upward in a flurry, enthralling the onlookers. Holding a playing card before his face, he proclaims, "Tonight, all of Gangbuk will be radiant with colors to dazzle your eyes," as musical notes drift by. Back in the cozy eatery, Chaolho reassures the younger Kyul that the man in the photo is indeed a long-lost friend. He muses to himself that while years have altered his friend's features and air, those familiar eyes seem unchanged. A soft gleam in his own gaze, he recalls fondly that his friend fulfilled the dream of becoming a masterful magician. His mood grows thoughtful, the age-old contemplation of time brushing his mind once more. 30 years passed in another destiny, and 30 here, weaving ties and friendships wherever fate had placed him. Across decades, emotions dimmed. Encountering an echo from the past seemed impossible. Even as memories waned, the feelings awakened live on. He continues to hold fast to the recollection of bygone warmth, thankfulness, and sorrow. Nevertheless, gazing again at the leaflet, he marvels inwardly at how deeply his friend has changed. The narrative returns to the vibrant show in progress, where a sea of applause and admiration greets the performance. Behind the scenes, the magician draws back a velvet drape, making ready for the coming performance of the evening. Members of the production team offer him their praise, and he responds that he's stepping out first to handle a task. But just then he pauses abruptly, a chilling awareness of unseen forces and looming peril making his skin prickle. His gaze lifts and he witnesses a rift swirling open in the atmosphere directly above a nearby structure. A notification rings out from his communicator, alerting him to a portal located atop the roof of the neutral headquarters. Understanding the potential for widespread destruction, he swiftly concludes he must evacuate the zone without delay. With purpose, he conjures an enormous ace of spades card and hurls it forward with full force. Riding its momentum, the magician soars rapidly upward, hurtling toward the swirling gateway overhead. Making use of the card as his walkway, he manages at last to pass into the portal's enigmatic world. As he surveys his surroundings, he perceives that this extraordinary domain resembles nothing so much as a mighty machine, colossal gears and bronzed fragments forging a surreal metal landscape. He senses a ghastly dissonance in what lies before him, certain this twisted anomaly must be abolished without hesitation. With resolve, he determines to purge this strange plane, collecting his layered cards in preparation for another magical onslaught. 2 joker cards then flicker into existence, charged and sparkling with an ominous violet light. From these cards spring a pair of jesters, who promptly engage the metallic fiends in battle. Moving his hand with a master's flourish, the magician focuses, readying yet another of his enchanted gifts. A creature's head within the mechanical horde begins to balloon ominously, about to rupture beneath the strain of magic. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he kindles the incantation, obliterating the grotesque monstrosity decisively. A storm of radiant, violet-flushed blasts erupts, laying waste to the clockwork beasts and revealing a clear road forward. His summoned allies rush in to grapple with the danger, yet he recognizes these foes are mere minions and their tribulation is far from over. With grim foresight, he remembers every labyrinth hides a master, prompting him to steel himself for the inevitable challenge ahead. A hulking behemoth starts to coalesce from twisted wreckage, prompting his urgent command for vigilance among his crew. The magician, gaze sharpened with gravity, speak plainly that now new worries lie before them. The narrative then turns, showing Hungim stepping into focus, clearly astonished as he surveys the shattered monster remains. Curious, he inquires if this marks the arrival of a newly birthed terror, to which the magician recounts the tale of the gate. Hung Kim examines the construct, his analysis revealing a design too rudimentary and intertwined in mechanical rhythm. He discovers the power at its core is none other than a mana crystal, though its workings are elementary. This puzzles him. How does such simplified technology withstand so immense a tide of pure magical energy? Hunim wonders aloud whether a master foe was present, given that this debris originated from the most recent labyrinth. The magician responded that the final adversary was colossal in scale, leading the association to dispatch a special transport for assistance. Clutching the report, he expresses his gratitude and hurries away to scrutinize the components further. A memory stirs. The Undertaker's record, referencing distant worlds woven to the mysterious gates, crosses his mind. A nervous bead of sweat on his brow, he ponders whether the portal might open upon a civilization far ahead of their own. Bursting into the laboratory, he commands the scientists to run Monar resonance tests on the newly acquired substances. Progress on the Ogre initiative had languished, stymied by the lack of a material hardy enough to hold the force. Handling the object, he muses that perhaps this mysterious doorway is the elusive link the project so desperately craved. He then dashes toward the sorcerer, inquiring if he's had a chance to eat after such a taxing effort. Gearwork beams widely and insists on treating him to a meal in gratitude. Suddenly, day breaks, the sun ascends, filling the world with golden light, and birds greet the new morning with song. Cho, standing just beyond the eatery, enjoys a cigarette in the tranquil dawn. His thoughts turn to his old companion, Dajiang, and he muses on the words they'd exchange were they ever to cross paths again. As he gazes at the handbill clutched in his hand, waves of nostalgia wash over him, ushering a flashback, that distant time when his first-grade teacher spoke solemnly before the class. She proclaims Family Cooking Day, a school event Chiho always dreaded. In those days, his family's bonds were unraveling, and his parents were swept up in ceaseless busyness. Determined to avoid requesting anyone's aid, he decides to hunt through an old cookbook for inspiration. But its pages reveal only decadent, pricey meals, until eventually his eye falls upon a humble recipe he actually knows. Excitement rushes through him. It's takoki. He feels joy thinking how, this time, he is capable of doing it solo. He gathers rice cakes and sauces, pleased to already possess the essentials. Supplied and ready, he dons an apron and steels himself at the kitchen counter, eager to craft the dish from the very start. Yet upon checking his pocket, he realizes his meager coin stash won't quite cover all that remains. He scurries to the open market, hope swelling as he searches for the last missing ingredient. There he requests fish cakes, but the vendor gently informs him his money falls short. The shopkeeper pauses, lost in his own thoughts, while the small Chaolho waits uneasily, apprehension weighing on him. Suddenly inspired, the stall owner presents the boy with a cabbage, offering a solution for his recipe woes. He tucks the cabbage into a black bag and offers it with a kind gesture, and the boy expresses grateful thanks. With the wind at his back and his spirits lifted, Chaolho journeys home, whistling along, heartened by the compassion shown. Upon his return to class, the mothers band together with helping hands, cautioning one another not to spill food. However, Chaolho remains at his own table, quietly insisting he's fully capable without a hint of assistance. Then, out of nowhere, the pot erupts and sauce streams down the stovetop in a sudden rush. He samples a bit, only to discover the meal has turned out unbearably salty. In an attempt to remedy this, he pours in water from his own bottle into the bubbling dish. Another taste brings a grimace. His expression betrays the disappointing result. What remains at the end is void of any flavor at all, a weak, diluted broth. Out of options, he succumbs to despair, convincing himself everything will turn out all right, yet deep inside he couldn't shake the truth. He felt completely out of place among the crowd. With a small, shaky breath, he nearly gives up, until someone's voice gently inquires about the tea boki. At that moment, a friend bounds over, bursting with excitement to sample whatever Chaolho has prepared. Chaolho attempts to hold him back, yet the boy is too swift. He eagerly scoops up a bite before Chaolho can intervene. Upon tasting it, a brilliant, beaming smile spreads across his face, as if it were the most delightful thing. Such a response leaves Chaolho utterly puzzled, struggling to piece together what was unfolding, when suddenly his friend leaps up and joyfully announces to the entire class that Chaolho's tea boki is outstanding. Flushed with embarrassment, Chaolho hesitantly asks why his friend is fibbing. The friend coolly advises him to pay close attention. Daoyang remarks that someday he shall be a magician and enchant each meal with deliciousness. Then, the friend cranks the burner to its highest setting, which only deepens Chaolho's bewilderment at his intentions. Next, he waves his hands in grand sweeps over the pot, as if invoking spellbound magic upon the dish. This spectacle draws the curiosity of their classmates who gather, intrigued to see what the duo may be conjuring. Someone points out the lack of fish cakes, to which Dog Yang reassures confidently it's still delectable. A student tries a bite, and his astonished reaction takes Chaolho quite aback as well. Intrigued, Chaolho decides to sample a morsel himself. Still in a state of disbelief, he inquires how such a change occurred, to which his friend replies that real magic was at work, and with news spreading, the rest of the kids flock eagerly, hoping to taste the marvel too. Chaolho expresses his gratitude and asks again for the explanation, but Da Jiang smiles, insisting the answer isn't freely given. Growing frantic, Chaolho offers his coins, but Da Jiang shakes his head, saying that isn't the true price he seeks. Instead, he proposes that Chaolho walk beside him on their way home each day. With warmth and anticipation in his eyes, stays silent, also been awaiting, surrounded by Chaolho's reply. In that moment, Chaolho comes to understand that his companion, just like himself, had also been surrounded by solitude all along. At last, he accepts the proposition, and the two lads establish their agreement for good. Returning to the present moment, the pot simmers atop the stove, filling the air with tempting aroma. He is reminded of how his bond with Dog Yang first began, though they soon went their separate ways. Though their companionship was fleeting, he cherishes that memory with profound appreciation. Sampling the broth, he nods in approval, satisfied with the dish's taste. As the sauce is completed, he tosses in the vegetables, letting them soak in the flavors. Spotting the remaining meat, he contemplates sautéing bell peppers to accompany the tteokbokki. Curious, little Chaolho asks whether meat will be served, prompting him to gently encourage her go play for a while. She dashes away with glee to her games, while Khan inquires whether she's leaving now. Before she departs, he showers her with affectionate kisses, coaxing delighted peals of laughter from her. Proclaiming that, as the eldest, it is his privilege to indulge her with affection, he beams. Following that, Chaolho requests a kiss from Chaolho, leaving Khan utterly taken aback by the display. Consumed with jealousy, he chases after her, demanding a kiss in turn from his little sister. At that moment, the door swings open and the magician greets both the young lady and his nephew. Hung Kim enters alongside, announcing their arrival to the chef without delay. The magician, his smile gentle, remarks upon Hung Kim's constant commendations of his culinary crafts. Slightly uneasy, Chaolho utters a broken welcome, eventually greeting the customers. Hung Kim wonders what's being served, to which he replies that any dish they desire can be prepared. The magician suggests tteokbokki, thinking it delightful, and Gearwork completely agrees with his choice. He ties on his apron, declaring that their tteokbokki will arrive very soon. While preparing the meal, he ruminates on the fact that his companion shows no sign of recognition. 50 years have slipped by after all. He recalls Daoyang's ambition to one day be a magician, and the envy it stirred within him. Burdened by memories, he wished to reintroduce himself, yet accepted that he would remain forgotten. In that moment, he tightens his fist, aware that such truths could not be uttered aloud. At last, the meal is done. He presents them the special tteokbokki accompanied by fries. Hunim samples it and gasps at its exquisite taste, prompting the magician to admit his now heightened curiosity. As he samples the dish, a thoughtful look washes over him, quietly trying to uncover the mystery woven into its flavor. Chaolho gently reveals that the true secret lies in the togetherness. The dish becomes even more delightful when shared with everyone. Gearwork inquires whether the chef has already had his meal, but he responds that he has not yet eaten. Chaolho points out to the elder that there's soup tangled in his beard. The magician offers his thanks but teases that she has gotten herself messy too, sending her into a flutter since her outfit was brand new. With cunning sleight of hand, he draws forth a card from within his kerchief, managing to leave little Chaolho utterly astonished. He aids her in grasping the card, building anticipation for what marvelous feat would come next. In a flash, the card transforms into a violet-hued blossom, prompting squeals of pure delight from her lips as she delights in the wonder. He kindly insists she bring the flower to her father and have him come over to dine together with them. The child eagerly scurries off to hand the flower to Chaolho, ardently inviting him to take his place at the gathering. With a cheerful grin, he accepts the blossom with gratitude and assures her they'll sit down together for a meal. Just then, Gearwork's wristwatch trills, shattering the mellow hush of the restaurant. He leaps with a shout, yet quickly clears up that this is no warning, merely the outcome he's anticipating. Without wasting a moment, he explains he must depart, settling the check in haste before dashing out. Observing this, the magician remarks on the fire of youth, music with Chaolho nodding in agreement. Chaolho soon rises and approaches the counter, his mind swirling with thoughts of the tteokbokki sauce. He gingerly wonders aloud if the sorcerer might have used seasoned powder from instant noodles, stunning the latter with the suggestion. Da Jiang admits it's true, confessing that its evocative taste carries him back to the days of an old friend's visits. He describes how his family had little, yet his friend's tteokbokki was always delightful. Curious, Chaolho asks what conversations filled those times, prompting the magician's merry recollections. He recounts how he once dreamed of mastering magic, enraptured by others' joyful laughter, but possessing no real skill, he wandered from troop to troop, ever in pursuit. A time came when the world shifted dramatically, granting him genuine magical abilities and making him one deemed a guardian. And though some days were hard, memories of shared dreaming sustained him. He reflects on times of innocence spent laughing and conversing until dusk faded. Listening to all of this, Chaolho grows reflective, quietly sifting through the recollections offered by his companion. He then wonders about the present, and the magician gently explains nothing inside truly changed, for he still serves as a protector, and the longing of childhood remains undiminished in his soul. At that instant, the vow to pour magic into cooking echoes vividly through Chaolho's thoughts. Beaming, he says he's grateful to receive such heartfelt confessions from him. The magician offers his farewell, thanking him both for the meal and a splendid shared afternoon. He presents himself as Dog Yong Han, politely reaching out to request the chef's name in return. With a handshake, Chaolho introduces himself as Chaolho Kang. Standing at the threshold, he bids farewell, eyes following his old childhood comrade as he leaves. Outside, the magician rolls the name about his tongue, the familiarity of it lingering as he strives to place it. Then, quite abruptly, a memory blossoms inside him. He suddenly recalls the boy called Chaolho. He immediately pivots to search the restaurant with disbelief in his gaze. Meanwhile, by the entryway music, Chaolho cradles Kuel, who hums softly in his arms while Khan maintains a sulky air. Do-young Han chuckles under his breath, convinced that fate could not have brought about such a meeting. In the meantime, Klee presents the flower she received to Khan, and his face lights up with visible excitement. Chho lifts his gaze to the heavens, wishing silently that his longtime companion would visit with greater frequency. The narrative shifts to the laboratory, where the researchers realize the substance possesses remarkable toughness. Hunim remarks, "If a fragment resists a stone of the 6th tier, our leader shall become even more formidable." A spark of anticipation lights his face. Perhaps, at long last, they have found that elusive answer. With admiration lighting his features, he murmurs that it is truly awe-inspiring, yet he is unable to